Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 16-part video series showing you how to create BC house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click new and then pick architecture template, press OK. And then here, we're gonna add in the grid lines. So under your architecture, click on grid line or type in GR. Once you do, let's add in our vertical grid line first. So let's click from below to above, press escape, and then now we created number 1 grid line. You can now select it, and then you can type in CO or click on this copy command. It's under modify. So click that one and click back the grid line, and then you will need to click on multiple so that you can add multiple grid line. So first you type in 6800, so 6800. After that, type in 2230, and then lastly add 3700. So that's the 4 grid line that we created. Press escape, and then now let's add in horizontal. So again, type in GR, that's for grid line. Now we're gonna add in horizontal, and as you can see, when we add the horizontal, it's number 5. We're gonna change that by clicking on the grid bubble and typing A. So that's capital A, and just click on the side or on the empty space. After that, press escape multiple times, and then we could select the grid line and then type in CO. That's the copy command under modify, and then click it again. And then now we're gonna do 6700. Next will be 2525, and then lastly we're gonna add 4185. So that's our grid line. Now we just need to clean up. So press escape multiple times, copy all of them, and then we are just going to drag it on the middle. Once it's on the middle, now we could just click one of this, and as you can see, there is a dash line that indicates that once we move this one, it will move on everything. So that's a good way and an easy way to move grid lines, and it's all connected. Here we're gonna maintain this this distance because we're going to add dimensions. So click on dimensions. Most of the time we put dimension on every grid line like this, and then after that the overall. We're gonna do the same thing here on every grid line, and then an overall. So press escape and then escape again. So now to follow along, you just need to pause the video, and then you will see all the dimensions that we have on our grid line. The next thing we're gonna do is we're going to go to our south elevation. So from level 1 to level 2, let's click this and then type in 3000. Again, we're going to add in a level. So a level and then a grid line is different. The level is beside the grid line under architecture, and it is LL for short. So we're going to add another grid line at 3000 level. So that will be the 6000. And as you can see, you can also just click here and then click copy, and then you can pull it up and then type in 3000. So that's another way of doing that. But when you do the level, if you notice, once we do a level, the level floor plan will appear immediately. Now, I'm gonna do the second one that I told you, which is click here, copy, and then if we pull up, for example, 3000 again, level 4, we created a level 4, but it's not shown on the floor plan. So what you need to do is you need to go to view and then plan view, floor plan, and then here it's highlighted already. You just need to press OK, and then there we go. So there's multiple ways of creating levels as well. So now we don't need the level 4. So I'm just gonna delete that. And as you can see, it will be deleted on the floor plan. We just need this one for now. And then we're just gonna put it up like this so that we can add in dimensions later on. So we could just clean up a little bit as well. So now we added our level, and now we're going to go to our level 1, and we're going to start adding walls. So you go to architecture and click on walls. I'm going to use a basic wall generic 200 millimeter. In a newer version of Revit, so Revit 2021 and 2022, I believe that there's no more generic walls. So you just need to choose, for example, this one. Go to edit type, duplicate, and then this will be, for example, your exterior wall number 1. Press OK, edit, and you just need to delete all of this. So I'm going to delete all of that. So it's basically the same process minus the deletion. So here I'm gonna make this as 150, and then for this one we're going to go to clad white. Press OK, and then OK. So now what you need to check is the connection. So you want to connect this to level 2. So from level 1 to level 2, it's already wall center line and it's already chained. So first, let's click on A1 like this, going all the way to A4. Go down to D4, and then go to D3, go up 800 right here, just to create an indentation. So that's 800 from the wall to wall. And then here, what we could do is we're gonna leave this wall right here for now, and then click back the wall, and we're going around this. This one, it will be around, just click on B2 for now. press escape, and we're gonna pull this back around 400. So what I usually do is I could just click on wall and then just create a parallel wall right here like this. And then from here, as you can see, it create some temporary dimension. And from here, we could just click, I want it to be 400 from this grid line. So that's what I did. So 400, we just need to clean up. So you can type in TR, that's trim and extend, like that. So that's good. This one, we're going to clean this up later on because we're going to add in a wall. So let's leave it like this for now. And then now, you could do is you could even just click this wall and type in CS. That's an easy way of redoing an old command or an old selection. So now this one is added like this. What you could also do is extend this. So this will be all the way to D1. So this will be our carport, and it's all extended all the way. Okay, so now what we're gonna do now is we're going to add in our interior wall. So we could just click on wall, and then let's use the generic wall. Edit type, and then duplicate. This will be interior wall number 1. Okay, edit. This will be 100. And as you can see, it's basically the same thing that we did, minus the deletions. So we didn't delete anything. And we're gonna choose gypsum wallboard. Press OK, and then OK, and then OK again. So here, we're going to extend this, but we are not going to connect them yet. The reason for that is we need to align the faces here. If we connect this, it will be harder for us to align the faces. It's because this is thinner and this is thicker. So because of the thickness of the wall. So now I'm typing AL. That's the align command under modify. This is basically it. And then here I already aligned it. So what you need to do is type in AL, click this one, and then you're basically telling Revit that you want to align this one, this face to this face. Now it's aligned. You can now click it back and then connect them all together. Now it's connected. So now we could just select this and then type in CS. Let's create similar. I'm just going to close this off. And then once we close it, we could now select this wall, and then it could shift depending on what we want. So now I want it to be 2400. So as you can see, it moved. That's why I wasn't worried about the dimensions there. And then we need to add in a wall right here. So click on the interior wall, CS. Don't connect them yet. Same idea here because of the thickness of the wall. So type in AL, that's the align command, this face to this face. Press escape, and then now connect them all together. And you don't have to worry about the indentions of those. After that, click on CS, just add a wall right here, and then now press escape, TR, that's for trim and extend. So now you have an office right here. Press escape and then select this wall again, CS. We're just gonna add in a wall like this. This is for the stairs. So this area is for the stairs. And then here, and then let's add in more walls here. So click on this wall, interior, CS. I'm just gonna add a wall like this, and then worry about the dimensions later on. So give me some time. I'm just gonna add some walls like this. Okay, and then another wall. So CS, we have another wall right here. This one doesn't need to be like that. So here first, click on this wall. It needs to be on this um, mid of this wall to this wall. It needs to be 2000. After that, this wall from this wall needs to be 2100. This thickness from here, it needs to be 1050. And then here, 800 is good enough. So now this is the layout of what we created here. We're gonna do something later on here. And then now, another closet that we're gonna add. So I'm just gonna select this basic wall, CS, and then let's extend this one like this, but just to an 800. Okay, so something like that. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we added the grid line, levels, dimension, interior and exterior wall. Now we're going to continue working on this by adding doors. So go to your insert, load family, and let's go to the main and go to doors. Let's go to in residential and like look for the single 2-panel wood. What I do is I load everything, click yes, and then let's just save this later on. Go to architecture, and now you can click your door. For the size, I usually pick around 700 to 900, and then the height is 2000 millimeters. So I'll choose this 7 by 2000. So let's do the interior first. So I will add one right here. I'm gonna flip it by pressing the space button, and from the inner and the outside, you could just swing it depending where you place the arrow, your mouse arrow. And then here, let's add this. This is the pantry. this will be where we will add a different door. This will be the closet, and we're gonna add this one. This is for our powder room. This will be an open area, so we're gonna do that later on. And we're gonna flip another one here for the door. So this one will have for the office, and I'm gonna flip it this way. And then let's press escape. Let's go back to insert and load the one for the closet. And I'm going to look for the sliding door. So which is this one. Press open, and I'm gonna load everything again. After that, go back to architecture and then click door. It will be the first one. So here, I'll make sure that it's 2000 millimeter for the height. And depending, you can press escape. You can click here, click the door back, and then here you can choose different width now. So here we could add actually the 1500 by 2000. Let's add another one, press escape, and then here, let's add one. I know this is too small for that. So what we could do is we can make it bigger, but you want to make sure that the 2000 is used. So here, at least we maximize the width that we're capable of adding here. What I usually like to add is 2 lines representing the rod for the closet. So what I do is I go to annotate, detail line, and I use demolish, and then just add 2 lines like that. Now everybody will know that, oh, this is a closet for sure. And then here we could just move it a little bit closer like that. Next thing we're gonna load is the toilet. So we're gonna go to insert again, load family. Before that, actually, let's add in the external and then the double door. We could use this actually. It looks good. So even though it's for interior, nobody knows. So we could just add it. Press OK, and then let's click on door again. And it's 1500 by 2000. I think that's good enough. And that's perfect. Go back to insert, and then let's add in the sink and the toilet. Go back to the main, and then here, let's go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then water closet is for the toilet. I'm just going to use the 2D. So load one at a time. So once you load it, you just need to press CM, and then it will appear. So that's the good way or fast way of adding something that you load. So a loaded family. Except, of course, you cannot just press CM for the doors and windows because you will need to click it right here. But for example, if it's others, you will need to click here again and you will need to find your stuff. So it's easy to just type in CM so that it's a fast way of adding there. And then let's add in the sink. So let's go to load family again, go to fixtures, click the sink, and depending on what you want, let's add in a round vanity sink. Here, it's already loaded. Click it there, and then let's add in an annotate detail line, and just choose thin lines, and we're representing the top like that, and then we could just fix it in the middle like so. So now our powder room is good. We can now focus on this one. We can open this up by clicking on the wall and click wall opening. You just need to click 2 times here, representing the opening. And as you can see, you have the opening now. You can always click it, and then you can adjust the width of the opening. So that's a good way of showing that. And one thing that I want to add again is the pantry. What I usually do is I add a thin line like so, like this, and then a demolish line. So I'm gonna add in another demolish line like this as well. Okay, so this will be an office. So I'm gonna insert a table. So load family, go back to the main and click furniture. Let's go to tables and let's use the desk. After that, CM. So for this one, it's already loaded. So we actually need to check it. So this one. So I'm gonna add it like so. And then obviously we're gonna need to add something right here. So load. And then let's load a chair. So seating. And let's look for the one for this one, the chair executive. And then here you can just type in CM, and then let's add it like that. We could add here another table or storage, the credenza. So let's add a credenza right here, and then type in CM, and then here we have our credenza. You can edit, duplicate, and then change the width. So we could just put it at 1600, and then we just made it smaller. Good enough size for this space. Let's just add it properly. So click here, MV, that is the short for move, and let's just move it from the corner like so. So that's good enough. We could just add in some storages here. Here, let's add in some shelvings. CM. So let's add this one, MV, on the corner like so. Okay, and then now let's add in some furniture right here. This will be the living room. So here, let's load in some seating. Go back to furniture, seating, and then let's add in this, and then the sofa. So armchair corbeau, and then hold control, and then sofa corbeau. Let's load them one at a time so that we could just use CM. So I'm going to use CM like this. Okay. And then load again. Let's load in the sofa. And then here we could just add here. I'm just going to select everything and move it like this so that we have space here for the dining and everything. Let's load here, and we should add in the TV. So TV, we're just gonna add that one. And then CM, let's add in the TV right here. Press escape and then make it bigger. After that, go back and go to table and then coffee table. CM, add the coffee table like this. And then we could just change the size. So I think this is good enough size for this. Okay, and then after that, let's load more. We could add in the nightstand table, CM, and then here as well. We're gonna add in some storages as right here as well. I believe the same storages that we have here. So we could just click it and type in CS. That's create similar, and then we could just add it here. And what we could do now is just add in some lighting and another chair. Click on load again, and then let's go back to furniture and then seating. Let's look for a nice chair. Let's use this, and then CM. Okay, and let's just add it like this, and we're just gonna add a floor mounted floor lamp. So you could just go back to the main and then go to lighting, architecture, internal, and then let's go here to floor lamp. Stage lamp. I'm just looking for floor lamp. Here we go. This one is good. CM. And then I'm gonna add it like that with a 45-degree turn. And then let's add a table lamp, which is this one. And you want to make sure, so type in CM, and you want to make sure this is around 650 above the elevation, or else you won't be able to see this one. Okay, and then here will be the kitchen, and then here is the dining area. So let's load the dining room or dining area table. Go back to the main and then go to furniture and click on table and then dining table, which is this one. After that, CM, we can actually do it the other way. So RO, that is rotate. So click it back, RO, make sure it's 90 degrees, like that. And what we could do is we could edit this, duplicate. You can put any name you want, but what I want is a wider one. So this one, I'm gonna make it 1000. Maybe we could just put this one 1200. A wider table like that. And then let's add in some chairs. Oops, I forgot. I made a mistake. Just click no. And then go to insert again, load family. And just go back to furniture and then seating. And we could just add this one. And then type in CM. I usually just add on one side, and I'm just going to okay, so I'm gonna select this and then mirror, and then this one, select this one, mirror. So I'm just gonna select everything and then do it like this. So that's good enough for the size. And then here we just need to add our kitchen. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the furnitures and then the doors and then some detailed lines. Now we're going to continue working on this by starting with the kitchen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a section line right about here. This is in order for me to see on this side. So I'm just going to press escape there and then go from the bottom to the top so that it's facing here. If, for example, you start on the top and then on the bottom, it will be facing this way, but you can always flip it anyway. So now what we could do is let's just stay here and then later on we're gonna change our views. So I'm just adding this now so that it will be ready for later on. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to architecture. This will be model in place. Choose generic model and then press OK. And we're gonna add in an extrusion. Here I'm gonna choose rectangle and then I'm going to add around 900 from this. So I'm gonna add 900 right about here. I'm just gonna leave some space for the fridge. So something like that, because we're gonna add um, a case for the fridge anyway. So just leave it like that. 900 is our depth. And then after that, let's change the materials, or let's add in a material. Here, I'm gonna go to miscellaneous and add something different. Just add in the paint. So this paint, apply, okay. And then let's click finish. And then let's go to 3D and don't click finish yet. So 3D, click 3D. And we're going to pull it up a little bit. Around 700 is good. Or maybe 700 is too short. Let's make it 850. Okay. After that, I'm going to add a void. So after this, don't click finish yet because we're going to add a void form, void extrusion, and then we're going to add the void extrusion right here. And then we need to set the face first. So let's pick the plane. Just to let you know, we're still on 3D, and then we're going to click the face here. And once we choose the face here, we'll be able to add in. So I believe we need to add, or we need to set the plane on this side because we're going to add a void here for the kick plate. So now it's right here, and we just need a little bit. Just let's make it 150, and then the height 150 as well. So that's good enough. Click finish, and here we're going to extend it like that. So from the end to end, and then we need to cut the geometry. So once we click the cut, it did cut, and as you can see, now we have a kick plate. After that, what we could do is we're going to level 1 again and add in the top or the countertop. So go create again, another extrusion. Now change this to a stone. So go to stone, and maybe we could do granite cut polish. Press OK, and then we just need to copy the same width and depth. Click finish, but go to 3D again so that we could see what we're doing. Just pull it up like this, and then just pull the bottom like this. Now what we're gonna do is we're going to use align. We're gonna align to the face. As you can see, it's perfectly aligned. And now we could just pull this down and just estimate a 25. So 25 millimeters, just 1 inch top, something like that would be good enough. So I'm happy with this. Now we can basically click finish, and here we go. We have this one done. Um, what we could do is we're gonna insert the sink. So I think it's better to insert the sink so that you know that, or you can see what we're going to cut here as well. So let's insert load family, and then let's go to plumbing, architecture, equipment, or fixture, sorry, and then sink. And let's just choose a proper sink here, which is this one is good enough. Click open and then type in CM space bar to turn it around, and we could just add it in the middle like so. Once you're done, we could go to 3D, and as you can see, we need to void this form. So we could just select here and edit the type, and here on level 1 we could click void again and create a extruded from here. So I'm just going to create an opening. So let's change it to rectangle and just create an opening from here. Something like that. Click finish, but change it to 3D so that we can manipulate what we did. Make sure that we're grabbing the void. So you can just click on your tab, and then from your tab, let's pull this up. So we just need to know what we're pulling up, not that one. So I want to just select this one, but let me figure out. So the void form is right here. It's basically easier to select it from the bottom. Luckily, we haven't added the floors yet. So what I usually do is I'm just going to extend it all the way at the top, and from the bottom, just estimate it like that. Then after that, click cut, geometry, and then click finish. So it's still not appearing from what I'm seeing. So let's do it again. Edit type, and then let's look for, so I'm just clicking on the void form. So let's do it again. It's easier to undo it. Okay, cut geometry. There we go. Once you click cut geometry, as you can see, there's an opening there. You just need to click finish again. And here you could just manipulate now some of them. But let's leave that because it's not something that will be shown anyway. So we're just happy that we have this void already now here. So after that, what we could do is we could load in the fridge so that we could create a case for that. So go to insert, load family again, go back to the main, and then it will be under specialty equipment, domestic, go to mid-range, and let's go with the fridge. So I'm gonna choose this, open, go to level 1 and then type in CM space bar and put it in the wall. Let's make sure we move it so MV exactly in the wall. There we go. I don't want the text to be showing, so I'm gonna click it, edit type, and then I'm going to uncheck the show label, apply, and then OK. Click it again, and then I'm just gonna put it in the middle like so. And then once that's done, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back here on our section, and I'm going to do another model in place, generic model, press OK, and then we're going to add an extrusion. You will need to pick a plane, and we need to set it on this wall. After that, let's use rectangle to create this. And then delete this. And then slice this. So SL, split element. Press escape. TR, trim and extend. So that was trim and extend. And then SL for split element. It's under modify. After that, before you click finish, you will need to change the materials. So you could just go to miscellaneous again and choose a different finish. Let's try this one. Click apply and then OK. Click finish. Before you click the last finish, we could just extend it from here by using this arrow and handle. We want to make sure that it's not too much for this space, and we need to give it some room here. This is just perfect enough for this space, so we're just gonna give it some room like that. Click finish, and it will look like something like this, and it looks perfect. What we could do is we could also extend this one all the way to the top. We can even add some storage right here at the top. So that's something that we could do later on. Or maybe we could do it now since we're here. So I'm just going to align this at the top of the wall, like so. I'm going to edit this and go back to section, which is we could just click it here, section number 1. And then we already clicked the edit, and then we're going to add void extrusion. Pick a plane, and we're going to pick the plane of the extruded part. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna create a void, AL, like that, and then we're just gonna copy. So some storages at the top. I think that's something different. Open storage, and then before we click finish again, it's already extruded or cut, so that's good. It become easy for us. We just need to extend it a little bit so that we have the depth, and then we can click finish. There we go. It looks nice. So something that has open storage that we could just add some stuff there. So next thing we're gonna do is the cabinet at the top. So the cupboard. Let's go to section again. And here we're gonna create the case. So here it will be another model in place, another generic model. Press OK, and then here we're just going to add an extrusion. Pick a plane, which is the wall again, and then after that, this will appear and you'll be able to create the cupboard. The cupboard, I want it to be around 900 from the top, and then here we're gonna set the depth to around 500 will be enough. And then here we need to set the material, and again we're just gonna choose a random material. Let's use this one. Let's choose texture, wall texture, stucco. Apply, OK, and then click finish. Go to 3D to double check, which is good, and click finish. So we're good with this, but we need to create the cabinets, the face of the cabinets. So I'm going to go to section again and add the face right here. So we're gonna go back to model in place, generic model, click finish, and it will be another extrusion. Pick a plane, and we need to use the plane for the extrusion that we create. And then here we're going to add some cabinets like so. What I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna create a whole one, and I'm going to divide them. Maybe we could divide it from here like so. I'm not worried about the center line too much, and then here I'm going to just put it around 10 would be good. And then I'm going to copy this and then multiple is checked. I'm just going to divide it by 4 like that, and I'm just estimating it. After that, we created some multiple lines, so I'm going to do that so that we could delete those ones that are small, and this one as well at the bottom. After that, we need to use SL, split element, here as well, and then here as well. At the top, and then now after we finish that, press escape, TR, terminate extend. Okay, and the extrusion, let's make it as 15 only, and let's change the material. Let's just use another plaster, and this will be the one under the one that we just added earlier, and we can just click finish. Once we do, let's look at it. in 3D and see what we've come and created. And that looks nice. So we're gonna leave it for now here and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we started creating the kitchen. Now we're going to continue working on this, and then we're going to add the base cabinet as well. So let's continue that by going to section, and then here we're going to use model in place again under architecture, and this will be another generic model, and then click extrusion. We will need to pick a plane, which is this one, and then similar to what we did, we just need to create this, and then after that we need to see where the midpoint is, and I'm just gonna estimate here because I want it to be on the center of the faucet or the sink. So I'm just gonna move it like that, and then I want to make sure that this is 10 distance of 10, which is what we did earlier at the top. And then after that, I'm going to copy this and just estimate. So here we're going to add probably 3. So for that cabinet, and here we could just change it a little bit like so. And by doing that, we could just change some of this to have a double line. So I'm going to manipulate that, and then this one as well. And let's move it a little bit for the distancing. And then like the one that we did at the top, we need to delete first the bottom line and the top line from here. After that, type in SL, that is split element. So just delete that. Okay. And then now use TR, that's trim and extend. And then let's do the one at the top. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this first. So let's change the material, because I always want to change the material so that I have have flexibility when I go to Twinmotion afterwards. Click Finish first, and then from here, as you can see, we already have set up everything. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create some drawers like this. So I'm gonna edit this again, edit extrusion, and I'm also going to give some space on the side to make it look realistic. And then here, now I'm gonna start adding. I'm gonna maintain the 10 distance, and then similar to what we did, I'm just gonna estimate some of the drawers. So let's give the same distance from here and then here as well. I'm gonna copy this, and then hopefully it's the same distance right here, which I doubt it, but we could just move it with our arrow key. So that's good enough. And then now we need to delete the small lines that we created here as well, and here. Now we need to do a split element. And then after that, we need to trim them. TR, trim and extend. Okay. Okay. So now, once we're done, we could just click finish and then finish again. Press escape and go to your 3D. We might need to extend this top. So you could just click on the top. We could use AL as well. So to the face and then to the face, so that we have some space there. Now what I'm gonna do is, let's do something different here by creating some handles. What I'm gonna do is a very simple handle. So we could just use model in place and then go to our section again. Go to architecture, model in place, and this will be another generic model. I'm just gonna basically create another extrusion, and I'm gonna choose this plane to create that. And it will be a very simple rectangular handle. I'm just gonna create this one, and then from here I'm gonna extrude it a little bit more, so around 25. So that's good enough. And then from here we could just copy. So let's just copy everything. And even here, I just need to align this. I think I'm off a little bit here. There we go. I was off a little bit there. And then I'm going to copy this again and then rotate it around here. I'm going to select everything. So I'm going to use tab, select it, and then rotate it 90. After that, I could use my arrow key, keyboard arrow key, to just point it like that. And then after that, we could just do mirror. I'm gonna mirror it something there. And then create a copy again. And then assume this is the midpoint of this. What we could do is actually, we could just put this one, the cabinet right here, and then let's erase this part and on the side as well. So now it looks better. And before we click finish, let's make this a different material, which is a metal. Let's use aluminum, apply, and then OK, and then click finish. Finish again, and let's look at it 3D. So very simple, but it looks nice. Maybe we just put around 20 for the extrusion. Yeah, 20 would be good enough. Let's go back and just add here as well. So go back to section. It's not possible for you to just add it right here because we set the plane on this and we have a different depth from the one at the base and from the top. So you will need to do it again. You need to model in place, generic model, and then another extrusion. And then now we're going to set the plane to this one. And then what I usually do to copy is I'm going to create something like this, select it, and then move it. Let's move it using this. And let's grab it from here. Now I'm going to just add it from here and then move it there and then create a copy somewhere there. And then I'm just gonna create a copy right here and right here. And then just move it about there. So now we're good and we could just click finish. And then let's just use the same materials. And want to make sure that this is 20 extrusion depth as we changed it earlier. Now let's look at it at 3D. And as you can see, we have everything at its place. And even the extrusion was changed. And now everything is looking good. So let's do the island now. So let's go back to level 1. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna move the section view like that. And we're gonna place the island right here. So we're going to go back to architecture, another model in place, and go to generic model and go to extrusion. And it's better to just use a rectangle like this. As you can see, we have a lot of space, so we could just maximize the width and the depth. around 1200, and then here we could just make this 2700. So that's good enough. And then we move it a little bit below. After that, we could click or change the material first. So here we're going to make the case to a different. So let's use plastic. I'm gonna use acrylic. Okay, click finish, and let's look at it at 3D. Here we could set the proper height. Let's use 900 there, and then we have the extrusion right there. Click finish, and actually we don't need to click finish. We're gonna add another top. So go to level 1, press escape, create, and then another extrusion from the top here, like that. And as you know, we set it at 900. So extrusion, I believe we need to put 925, 25 millimeters. And then here it will be another stone. So let's look for a stone. Let's use this. Apply, okay. And let's look at it at 3D. Click finish. And there we go. We just need to pull this back to the face. There we go. So bottom face. Click finish. So we have our island created. Now we could just insert some furniture. So maybe we could go to the high end. I want to see if they have a better looking cooktop. So let's use some of this. Range top. Okay. And then let's place it at the top here. So CM, type in CM. So range top, added like that. And what we could do is elevation 925. Okay. And then click it, edit type, uncheck this show label. Click apply and then okay. I want to see it in 3D. It's actually huge. And we just need to create the fine. What we could do is we could just move it below. So let's go to section and move it down like so. I want to see it back again and move it. Let's pull it up a little bit so that we can see the burners. So around 785. want to see it back again. So that looks good. Okay. And then now let's insert or load the range hood. So hood island. Let's use this. And then go to level 1 and then CM. So that's the hood. Let's put it under that. Click it back again so that we could remove the label. Apply and then OK. Now let's go back to our section. We need to fix the height. So I couldn't see it. So we need to put it around 1500 and let's see it in section. There we go. We could just manually put it up. And then as you can see, there's an arrow at the top that we could just extend. There we go. We could just rotate this. I'm gonna rotate it like that because I know this one should be on this. After that, we're finished with our kitchen. The last thing that we need to load is the furniture, which is the seating. Let's add this one. CM. And let's add the chairs like so. Select everything and just put it in the middle. So there we go. Finish our kitchen. I'm happy with the design and what we did. So let's continue this on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we finished creating the kitchen. The last thing we did is the island. And I just want to point out that for the island, I'm just going to click this one and then I'm going to push this a little bit there so that we will have an overhang and we have space for the legs here. So that's just the things that I just want to do before we move forward. Also, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in the floor for this area. So go to architecture, click floor. Let's use 400, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 1. Edit. The thickness, let's change this to 200. And then for the material, let's add in a stone. And then let's add this one. Apply and then OK. And then OK again. We're going to add it from the inside only. But this one, we will need to go around. So let's like add it like this. And then use trim. So TR. So let's add it this one as well. and then TR, trim and extend on all corners. You want to make sure that everything is covered, and then we could click finish. So that's done for this area, and then later on we're gonna do the carport and then all of this. So I just want to finish here from the inside, and also we're going to add the stairs. Um, Another detail that I want is I just want to move this right here, and then the casing for this, I just wanted to move it around like that so that we don't have a big gap there. So that's small things that I want to change. So that's good enough. And then now go back to architecture and then click on stairs. We need to say that this is base level 1 to level 2, and then now we just want it to be even, so I'm gonna change this to 16. Press OK, and then now let's add in 8. So you want to make sure that you have 8 remaining, and let's go on the other side. As you can see, it will create its own landing. So this landing, I want it to be around 1200, probably is enough. And then once you're done, click finish first so that we could just move this one right there. And then after that, we could just click edit and then expand it more. So little things that you will need to do to make it easier for you. And here we could just use align so that we could align from the wall. Oops. There we go. And then that one is good enough. And here we just need to click finish. So the stairs is done. And then now what we could do is we could go to level 2 and start adding the walls. So let's click on level 2. And as you can see, my underlay is turned on. So with level 1. So you just need to change this. We're going to change this to none later on once we finish adding all the exterior wall. So now we could select, let's select the exterior wall and then type in CS. So from there, we could be able to just add in the wall. So let's start from A1. We just want to make sure that it's wall center line chained and up to level 3. Here, we're adding it and then clicking to A4. After A4, you just need to follow up to D4. Going back here, up to D3, going up, similar here below, going down here, maybe around 500, and then around 1000, and going back here to the D grid. After that, we just need to close it up to D1. Under D1, go back to A1. So we're done with the exterior part. We just need to go back to level 1 because now I'm going to extend this 1000 more. Around 1000 to 1200. So I'm just estimating it around this. And then we're going to estimate as well this one to the same width. So the car will have enough width. And then after that, let's go back to level 2. And as you can see, we have this one extended like that. I didn't extend it earlier because of that I don't want to confuse anyone. So that it's easier for us to trace. So now, let's go to our underlay and click none. And then apply. We can just turn on and off that one. So here, what we could do is we could just turn it on or level 1 so that we could just add in the interior wall number 1 CS. Let's add it here first. So I'm just gonna add that and then turn it off or none. So the reason for that, so that we don't need to just click there and then look for the wall again. Here, now that it's here on this level, we just need to type in CS now. And then let's add in this wall, but we don't want to connect it yet because it has a different thickness and we need to align the face first. So now it's aligned, we can just move it and connect it and it will be flushed. This one, type in TR to trim and extend. After that, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a wall, so interior wall right here in the middle, and I want to measure this from the grid line. So I'm going to change the temporary dimension, and this will be around 1300, and I'm going to use trim and extend to close this off. So now everything is closed off. And then here, we need to add a wall again right here. So I'm gonna click this, CS. Don't connect it yet. We need to align it. After that, connect it. And then this one, I want it to be move all the way there. Here, we could just go straight here. And now we just need to trim this part. So TR, trim this. And then now we just need to move this back again so that we have enough space right here. So everything is looking good. What I will do is I'm going to make this bigger, around 1750 actually. So now everything will move like this. So that's good enough for me. After that, I'm going to add another wall right here. So I'm going to use this CS, add it like that. And I want this to be from here, based, and then around 2050. So from this one to here will be 2050, and it already moved. I'm also going to add another wall right here. That's for the protection. And then I'm just going to place it right here because we will need to extend this one like that. Let's connect this so everything is connected. And then here, we just need to move this one just a little bit. So if I measure this, around 1200. And then let's close this off like that. And this one, let's move it like that. And then add in another wall right here. So everything is looking good. We just need to add in another wall right here. So let's add in wall, CS. Let's add a wall right here, which will be around 700 from this grid line. There we go. So 700 from this grid line. And then here we could add in the door. And then let's add in some more walls right here. So let's add in 3 walls. So I'm just estimating all of this for now. And then this wall would be around 3000. This wall is around 1650. So actually this one, let's make it 2900. This one will be 1560. And then let's leave this one around 1450-ish. Let's make this one, it looks too big. So we could actually just make this one around 2700. And this one 1500 will be good. And then now this will be 1675. After that, more walls. So CS, I'm just gonna add a wall right here. And then another wall right here. So this wall will be, I want to check this wall. From this, I just need the temporary dimension to work with me. So I'm gonna drag it. from here. Okay, and then now I could basically change this to around 3400. So that's good enough. And then this one, I'm going to extend this more right here. This one, I'm going to paste it from here again and should be around 4600. And then here, we could just estimate this one. Move it around in the middle, like so. Now everything is shaping up. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to insert a tub. So let's go back to the main and go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and bathtub. Let's add in a 2D, and then that 2D, type in CM, and I'm going to add it right about here. Flip it around like that, and then let's add in a wall. In that wall, we just need to move it from our arrow key like that. After that, let's add in our sink. So now we need to look for the sink. So we could even type here vanity. And then right here, we have the round similar to what we add on the first floor. So we're going to add 2. And then let's add in a detail line, which is a thin line. And here we could represent us at the top. So now everything is looking good here. We can also add in our toilet. So domestic toilet 2D, and we're going to add it right here. So that's our toilet location right there. And then what we're going here is we're gonna pull this back. This will be the ensuite for our masters, which is right here. This one, we're going to pull this back as well. So now you're seeing all of this come together. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we already started with level 2. We added the exterior and interior walls. Now we're going to continue working on this. So I'm going to insert the tub again, but it's a different tub. It will be the freestanding one. So I'm going to use the 3D, click open, and then type in CM to add it. So I'm going to put it right here. And then We're gonna load again. By the way, this is under plumbing, architecture, fixture, bathtub. Now we're gonna go back here and then we're gonna add in the shower. We're gonna load the shower in, type in CM, and add the shower right here. But we need to edit this and we're gonna make it bigger. Let's duplicate this first. It depends on you what kind of name we're gonna put, but for me, I'm just gonna put it like that. After that, we could change the depth and then the width. So for here, I'm going to put around 1500. And then this one, for the width, let's do it at 2000. And let's see how it looks. So here, it looks like this, which is good enough for me. We can also actually make it wider more. So let's edit this and then let's put 2500. I think that will be the perfect size, which is this one. Now we're going to press escape, click this one, and then CS, that's create similar. It's a fast way of adding what you already put in by just clicking that item and then just typing CS. You're basically copying it and you can put it whatever you want. So after that, let's add in the sink. So CS again, spacebar. Let's add in 2. Let's move it a little bit right here, like that. AL, let's align it. There we go. And then go back to annotate and detailed line. Thin line is already selected, and we're just gonna add in a line to represent. So here we could just move it like that. Let's move them both together by holding on control and selecting both of them. And there we go. We're moving it all together. So as you can see, it looks nice. We have a big area right here. And then here we could just extend this one a little bit. That's too much room for the top, for the freestanding top. So here we could just move this one a little bit like that, and even this one. Okay. So I'm just thinking what else we could insert now. We could insert, so go back to main and let's go to specialty equipment, domestic. Let's add in the washer and dryer. So I believe it's in the mid range. Washer and dryer. Let's add one of one of each because you never know which one you have, and most of the time you have one of each, not the combo. So here I'm just gonna add this one, CS or CM. So washer and dryer. We're gonna add. We're just gonna uncheck this first, and then add and CO, which is copy, because we're gonna add both of this. We're gonna add in a sink right here, and then a line to represent the top. And then let's move it a little bit. So we have some space right here. And we have some area to do some some more of hanging the clothes, and some storage here. So after that, I believe it's better if I show where the door is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click the door and I'm gonna add the two panel. And I believe I added the 700 by 2000. So I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna add this one right here for now, and then I'm gonna move this wall. So that's perfect. And then let's click this and CS. I'm going to add it right here. For this one, I'm gonna add it right here, and then this one will be on this spot. This will be flip on the other side. So I think it's better if we just extend this like that. We're done anyway, so let's just extend that and put it somewhere here. So now we could click back here and then CS and flip it like that. This will be for the area right here. And the closet is on this side, and this one is for the other side. And then we just need to separate them using or adding a wall. And you could just estimate where is the midline here. We need to add the door right here, so CS, and then add the door on this side. And I'm just double checking what else we could add. Here, we're going to open this up by clicking on the wall and then clicking on the wall opening. We're going to represent it like that. And then other thing is we have our closet. This is a closet as well, but I use a door. So basically that represents a walk-in closet. And this one as well. So here I'm just gonna add in the sliding door. So click here, look for the sliding door that we added. So here, make sure this is 2000. And there we go. And then after that, we need to add the annotate and then detailed line. Let's add in the thin line first. So I'm gonna add it like that and then like this here as well. Here we're gonna do a demolish, and then here detailed line again. For this one, we could just do this like that, or a U. Even for detail line, you can use trim and extend like that. And then after that, click it again, change it to a demolish, and then use that demolish to represent this. Here, we're just gonna add 2 lines. And here, the same thing. Oops. There we go. We fix it. And then now just double check everything if you add all of them. Now that you see that this is going down, we need to cover this up. And I'm just going to use this another wall. So the same interior wall, and then I'm just going to add it like that. So now everything is safe. So let's add in the beds. So go to insert again, load family, and then go back to furniture. So go back to the main, furniture, and then beds. And let's use this bed box. Open, and then CM. Let's change this to a queen size bed. And we're going to add the queen size right here. We can even add it on this area. And then what we can have here is some seating. So yeah, we could just do it right here. Delete this. Or it's better to have it right here. And then you could have some area here. So it really depends on you, how you would like to represent. This one will be on this, because there will be a window right here, and this one as well, facing on the other side, as there will be a window right here on this area. We will need to add in some desk as well, and here we could add in some desk as well. Similar to below, what I'm gonna do is to make everything fast is to turn on underlay, which is level 1. And here I'm just going to select that CS and then add it here. Again, this one, CS, and then add it right here. I'm also going to add all of this. So I'm going to use some storage, CS, make it to the same one, CS, because I wanted to have a reading nook here, and then CS this one as well. There we go. Even the living room or the living sofas here, CS this one, I wanted to have it on this area as well. CS this one, or I think that's enough. Now I'm just going to turn back the underlay to none. Click apply, and as you can see, everything is showing here as well. This one we could just rotate. I think it's better if we rotate it 90 degrees like so and move it like that. And this one we could just move it on this side. And now I'm thinking we could just move it 180 degrees and move it like that right here. So that looks better. We have a sofa here, and then now we just need to copy this so that we have it on the other side, and then move it closer. Let's do the same on the other side. Hold on control button so that you could select all of them, copy, and copy it from here. And then let's add it right here on this area as well. And then press escape once, and then you can still move it with your arrow key. And then once you press escape again, you're basically saying that you don't want to edit anymore and you want to finish the command. So now, even if you um, press your arrow key, it will stay where it is. So now let's add in some desk. I'm also gonna turn on again because we already added the desk earlier. So I'm just gonna turn it on level 1 and then add this one, CS, and I want to add it right here. And then the chair as well, CS there. Now that's done, we could also add in the TV. So CS that one. For the TV, we could add it right here. And move this one on the space. So we have our own area right here. And we could just turn back the underlay again to none. And then here we could just CS this again. Put it in front, and this one as well, put it in front. This one we could flip it on this side. And here we could actually move it from here and flip it like that, so that we have enough room here for our entertainment system for this spot. Here we can also manage to pull it up like that. We can add in our table here on this spot so that it could be you can see, or you will have a nice view. So either way, we're gonna add it like that. So that's our table. So I just want to double check that everything we did, and we have everything. For this one, we're gonna add in a balcony. So let's go to our floor. So go to architecture and then click on floor. Let's save this. And then let's edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 2. Edit. We're going to put wood here at second floor. Let's use ash, and then apply, and then OK, and then OK. Here, I'm going to add the floor only at the inner. After that, I'm going to use pick line and add the ones that are from the and then let's use trim, and then here we need to type in SL, so trim and so that's split, and then TR, let's trim this. Like I said, I'm going to extend this a bit, and I would reference the one below. So around 1200, I believe, is what I said, the extension of our carport. This one, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create or extend or add a line around 1200 as well, and then here like that, TR here, and then TR as well here. After that, click finish. We will edit this later on. It's because we need to change the materials for this, but that's for later. I just want to add this and just double check the underlay. So just go to your underlay and let's add level 1. And here we have this one, just a little bit. So let's just move this one or align it, AL, like that. And we could fix the other one right here later. So the other one is actually right here, but that will be good enough. So we could AL here and align it from here. So that's fixed. So everything is good enough. Let's just turn off the underlay to none, and then we're finished with the second floor. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to work on our second floor. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to change is, I just want to change the layout of this bedroom right here. I just want it to be on this side now. So I'm just gonna copy this and RO, rotate, or highlight them, and then just rotate it 90 degrees and then put it on this location. And we just need to move this desk right here, and we could just move this TV, so we could still put a TV right here without a stand, so that it's flat screen mounted on the wall. And then I'm just going to rotate this 90 degrees again, and then put it on the side right here. So it's actually on this side now. And what I want to do is I could
we could just add a sofa here as well. So it's long enough that you can actually have a sofa into your building like this, or in your room. So you can put it right here, and so that you have enough space to have it right here. The reason that I want to do that, because I want to add windows right here. So that's the next step, adding windows, adding mullions, and then we're gonna put in the roof. So because we're in level 2 already, let's add in the roof. So go to architecture, click on roof. I already have roof basic, but you could just duplicate that, or duplicate any roof, name it as roof number 1, and then edit, and then here we have roof slate, and then you have the thickness of 200. So you just need to do that, and then you can follow along. You could use pick line, and we're gonna pick the inner of the wall, inner side of the wall, similar to what I'm doing right now. And we just need to go around like this, and then once we're finished, we just need to see. So I'm gonna click tab so that I could get that inner, and then TR, trim and extend. We just need to trim and extend all this connections right here, so that there's no overlapping and there's no gap. And looks like it's good. And before we do it, let's put it onto level 3, and then base offset 0, and then click apply, and then click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So we have this one like so. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to select all of this. So clicking on tab, just put your mouse arrow into the wall, and then click on tab, and it will highlight everything. I'm going to select that, and let's add in top offset of around 400. So 200 and then 400 for the parapet. In this case, in this area, I want to lower this and maybe make this higher. So I'm going to extend this part later on, and then here it's going to be lower, and we're gonna do it all together, so don't worry. So we will edit this later on. So we have the roof already, so let's go back to level 2, and then let's add in our window, which will be a wall, and then it will be a curtain wall. So just go to your wall, go scroll down, and then if you see curtain wall, select that curtain wall. Now we're gonna put it from the inner side of the wall. So here I'm going to go to the midpoint, and then here it's already in the inner side. So if you want, just click on the space bar so that you can go from inner to outer, but I like to put it on the inner side of the wall. So here I'm going to add it like that, and then add this one as well. So here I just need to press space bar. There's a big chance that I'm going to split this wall, and then here we're going to do the same thing. So because those are corner walls, and that's why I'm going to add those stuff right there. And to be honest, we could actually extend this more, knowing that we have enough room. I'm still planning on adding windows here, probably a decorative windows, but we'll see later on. But I just want to finish up this part that we can do it. We have this one, interior and exterior wall. So I might have to change this to exterior wall. It's gonna be thicker, but I need to cut it on some space right here. So we're gonna deal with that later on. Let's focus on adding the curtain wall windows. Here for sure we're going to add curtain wall windows, and then here we could also add it corner. Of course the privacy will matter, but of course later on we're gonna make sure to have that settled. Here select CS, and then we could add a window right here, but only above. I'm not gonna put it all the way to the end of the window, so I'm gonna have it like that. And I think it's also better to have a window right here. Right in the stairs, so natural light will come in and then everything will glow. And then we have this one as corner, and then so this one's good. What I need to do is go to modify and then cut geometry, and then here we could just click on the wall and then the curtain wall. So we just need to do that on all of them, and then we could adjust the height. And then we're gonna deal with the corner right there. There we go. And then let's go to the 3D view. And then here, because we have this one cornered, we're going to settle that as well. I'm planning to push this back. So this wall right here, I'm gonna push it back. So TR, trim and extend, so that this one is good. Of course, if you have a corner, you need to showcase that. So that's what I'm gonna do. And then we're going to deal with this one as well. So because this is a corner, it's much better to have this one like that. It's up to you if you're gonna do another curtain wall, but I like to do is, if it's floor to ceiling, I like to just put it all the way down and then just do the cut geometry again. There we go. So at least everything is cut. We could just design that later on. This will be good enough. We have that. And then right here, we could put this one floor to ceiling, and then we could just change it up. And then here is the one that we need to just pull up. It's not floor to ceiling. And then here, it's just too much of the height. So what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna pull it a little bit down so that it's minus maybe 200 from the top. So AL, I'm going to set that parameter right there so that everything would be the same in terms of height. And then let's deal with, so this one as well, because we have it floor to ceiling. Let's add the windows like that as well, and then cut geometry, wall, and then curtain wall. And then we could deal with the floor right now. I'm gonna edit boundary. You know what? I'm going to delete this. Reason why is I want to add a model in place instead. I think that will be much better because I could manipulate it instantly. So I'm just gonna pull it like that, and then let's edit it again so that we could have an opening right here. So it's easy, just create those lines like that. And then SL, split element TR, trim and extend. So click on finish, and then if we see it in 3D, as you can see, everything will be better. Here we could change this into glass. Select that stairs again so that we could edit a little bit. We want no stringers, so right support, close this one, none, stringer left, none, mid support, yes, apply, okay. And from those settings, as you can see, it's a lot better and it looks nicer because we have made it a more modern look. And then here we could just put the bottom, the glass bottom fill, and it's something that is much better to look at than those standards. And then now we have this part right here done. Like I said, let's add in, because we're going to add something right here. I could add an all around balcony, so it will look nicer and it will look modern. So I'm gonna do that here, and then we're going to add it here. So I want to set, where should I put the door? I'm probably gonna put it on this side. I think that's much better to put it on this side, and then we're just going to pull it all around. I'm gonna take care of the corners so that everything looks better in the corner. So we could do is 3 of them. I'm thinking of, if that is the standard that we're gonna do, maybe I should put this one right here, but it doesn't look good if it's like that. So I'm just gonna leave it like this, just a simple corner. Now let's zoom in right here. The purpose we need to do is we need to connect them nicely, and then we need to delete those ones. So we were able to do that, but we need to move this curtain wall all the way to the edge. Now, as you can see, we need to move it to the edge so that it looks like that. Unjoin them, and then something like that. So we need to drag this down, and then let's see if anything will appear. So it doesn't. So I think that's the technique. It's still hard to do a corner, but as you can see, just with a patient, you will be able to do that. So now just put it on the corners like that. So for example, here again, let's put it all the way, unjoin them, just put it all the way there at the corner right there, and then here as well, unjoin them if that appears, and then just line it up like that. I'm just using my arrow key because I like the control. So here I'm just going to push it all the way, and then there you go. There we go. I need to double check the way that looks. So that looks good. Happy with that. I'm probably going to extend, or not extend, but extrude this backwards, so that when we're adding the design, it's not something that we don't have space with. So something to do with that. And then also I need to split element those walls, because I want to shorten this wall, because I want this big one to overlap here. So something with the design, or maybe this one will be the bigger one, a bigger wall, so that we could put in a taller ceiling. So yeah, looks like what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this one bigger. So this one will leave as is, and this one was the bigger one, so that we could wrap around another walls there. Let's just finish this up. Do this corner now. Unjoin them if that appears, so that we could manipulate this. And then here as well. And then just connect those corners once you do. There we go. There we go. Double check everything. Looks like everything is good. I'm going to split this one now. So I'm going to split it, I think here, we're going to split it right here. So SL, I'm gonna split it onto this wall right there. I'm going to change this wall to exterior wall number 1. And then here, I'm gonna pull it back so that I could align it properly onto this wall. There we go. This one will be another wall. Here, I'm gonna pull it out, pulling it out so that we could align it onto this one. So it looks good. This one should be exterior wall as well. Pull it out, and then I'm going to SL, split element right there. This one is already exterior wall, and then connect it. So I'm just going to move this one. Don't connect it yet. I'm gonna move this and then connect this one. So now that's looking good, much better. Give it some space right here at the end so that we could add in our design. And then here as well, let's give it some space so for our design, and we could just pull it back later on. This one we could now connect, so that's connected, and then here we could just connect it now and see how it looks. But I don't like that it's joining like that. I'm gonna join it, so let's go to modify, and then here join the geometry, sorry, the corner wall joints. There we go. I'm going to click next. There we go. So now hopefully this one connects much better, which is not. So I'm gonna pull it up first. I'm gonna pull it up. and then I'm gonna pull this one up as well. There we go. We need to edit this one. Pull this one up, and then this one up. There we go. I'm pulling it up around top offset of, let's make it 1200, so that everything is same. There we go. So now everything is good. I just need to move this one like that to connect them, but even though if you connect them, it's not in the same height as this one. So now let's go edit the roof. I'm going to edit the roof like this. Edit footprint. I'm going to just go around right here, and then TR, trim and extend, and then just delete this part, and then click finish. So that's good right there. And then we're going to add another roof, so CS on this one, but we could just manipulate that so the height will be changed here. So here, maybe base offset 1200, and then we could just flush it out. There we go. So now that's flush. We could extend this now to the height that we want, probably 800. And then here, 800 as well. So as you can see, that looks really good. I'm happy with the way that looks right now. And obviously we're going to extend this one so that it's flush right here. So I'm gonna edit boundary, go to my second. We need to move this one right here. This is the floor, and then maybe I'm going to put this one all the way right here, pick this one right there, and then trim it off. The reason for this one, so that everything is flush with each other. So here it's flush now. I need to pull this one back. For this part, I need to edit this one. So I'm gonna AL align it on this here, align it on this one. So now everything is flush the way it should be. And then we could just create the design. I need to know what material is this. This is ash, and then obviously this is clad white. I need clad white to be added here. So the floor I'm gonna put needs to be clad white first, and then add the ash later on. So here, clad white, and I use this one instead. And then for the top there, so let's go to level 2. I'm just going to paint it as ash let me just let me just change this one. It's easier for me to just add the ash at that top and then just edit this one, align it AL. There we go. So now the flooring is ash, still white on this one, so it's easy to manipulate. I think the only thing that I want is this feature, so that we're gonna make it actually, because we could just edit that one later on. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the curtain walls. We fixed the corners as well. And then we created this so that it's a different height from the rest. I'm gonna maintain this one to this height now. But for this one, I'm gonna maybe increase it more so that it's more significant. But that's something that we could do later on if you want to. For what I'm seeing, this one, it looks good enough. Also, I'm gonna change it to probably shaded or consistent color so that we could see much better everything that we're adding there. I'm just going to check this one right here. I'm probably going to remove this door right here. I think having this one right here is more than enough. So you can exchange this part right here, or you could just leave it. But I'm going to delete the entrance door right here. So that we could add this one on an inclined view, but that's something that we could do later on. I want to add the curtain grids right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to architecture and then curtain grids right here. We could just add this one like this manually, or we could go to our south elevation and we could just add this one right here. I'm going to delete or move this one so that it's not too much. So here I'm going to select this one, maybe 300 on the end like that. Let's go to our west elevation or east elevation, and then I want the 300 as well. So 300, so that we have enough space to create that. And then here, this one went over, so let's just fix it a bit and then just connect them. So that looks good now. I don't want this one to be all the way as well, so give it some space. So now we could go to our south elevation and then add our curtain grid first. Usually I want it to be consistent like this, or maybe we could do multiple, so maybe set of 3. There we go. We could put this one right here as well, 700. That one is just to cover, because we have our floors right here, just to cover those. Or the best way probably is to have it all corner, so all facing on this side. So I think that's a good way as well. All horizontal. I'm going to add here first, maybe 500, and then after that maybe 500 each, to be consistent with let's put 500. And then maybe select all of them and then hold it down a little bit, something like that, and then add 500 again. There we go. And then maybe give it some, there we go, and then just move it like that. We're gonna do the same except for this. Why? Because this is fixed, and because we need some gap right here. So now let's go to our east elevation. Plus we have a door there, so we need to add those. We could do it on 3D now because we have some guides. We have a guide like that we could align it to. So here we could align it on this side, align it on here. So now because of that, we could just add there we go. Little by little, it will snap to the proper. If not, you could just manually add it. And then here, we could just type in 500. So because this is fixed, that's why I added like that. I'm still thinking of changing the material right here. So I'm still thinking of changing this glass part right here to a different glass, but that's something that we could decide later on. If we do, we'll do it. I'm going to add a nice trim here to enhance it more. And then here, what we could do is we could lower, or we could just leave it like that. The only problem is I want the same thickness. So it's either we pull this one out and then we have the same thickness, because this thickness I need, let's double check how thick is that, because we have 300 here, but here we have 564. Usually that's too much. If we push it like that, that's 400, so we could just make this one as 400 as well, and then we're good. And then obviously we need to put 400 here so that everything is consistent. So we could do that, definitely we could do that. Here we have 200, and then if we pull this back, we need to delete this, pull it back. Now how much is this? There we go. So 49. So this one should be negative 800, 2800. There we go. There we go. So that's negative 2800. This should be 400, and then we need to fix those. And then pull this one up, negative, like that. Delete this and pull this one up. Then let's go right here and then just fix this part right here. And I just want to double check everything, make sure that this one is not showing up. I think that's much better now. Probably going to use this one as well, because we're gonna incline this. So now we can add in more mullions right here. I'm going to maybe set the only issue we have here is the addition of the door. If I'm going to put the door right here, so if we have 500 first, doing like this, then once we have it here, we need to add the door. Maybe I want to just add a segment. Okay, so just one segment like that. Go to west elevation or east elevation. No, west elevation here. And then here we could just add one segment because we have the door. $1,000 probably. And then 900. And then now we could just add segments again. And then we could just continue. We still have the same design. We were able to keep it. There we go. And then we could work on this now right here, curtain grid, and then put 500. Make sure to zoom in order to get those. There we go. So only this part right here, only this part, we could still add 500 on one segment like here. I'm just going to align it. And then AL, get those. That's the only problem we have, is we're just going to just put it in the nearest, not align it, because we're getting an error because it doesn't recognize that properly, that we have a segment there. So might as well just leave it like that. We still have our design worked on. We did want to save the same issue or the same design, maybe 300 from here. So we have the 300 there, 400 here. I'm gonna put at least 400. So 430, I'm just going to there. We're doing 400. Make sure to pull this one up. 30 more, and we're good. I think that's good enough. At least we have 400 here. I think we also have 400 here, or 300. Let's double check. I think 400 here. And then yeah, so we just need to be consistent with that. Just a little bit. And I think we're good. And I could just add a little bit here. We could pull it up. I think in terms of right here, I think that's good enough. We could just have a lip here because we have a door that needs to be flush. So we're gonna do that and then add here as well. So it's just harder when you have a door to do that design there. It just takes a while, but once you have it, it's worth it when we're doing the renderings. Here we could just add the one in the middle. We could do the same thing here because we have horizontal design, so might as well just continue with that design idea. Then here, let's do the same thing, but with the door. Let's add the door now. Maybe one segment, 900 there. And then one segment as well. I'm just gonna check it out onto our north elevation. Maybe the height is not good. Let me double check. I think that's good enough, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. We could increase it more, Yeah, we could just do that. And then just like add that there. So now let's add in our mullion. So I'm gonna click on mullion, all grid, but we're gonna use the 50 by 65, and then just simply add those ones right there. All grid. There we go. There we go, right there. You want to make sure to delete the bottom if you have a door. Obviously, you don't have mullions there. As you can see, it looks good. We need to double check our level 1 as well. Here we haven't done, or we haven't added the mullions as well. So here in this part, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in probably those bifold windows or bifold doors, and then we already have here we could add one here on this part. So I'm gonna add a curtain wall, and then we could have a big one right here. This one will be fixed. So we're going to do the same design that we have. So we have it there. Let's remove the stand so that it is wall mounted. I think that's about it here. Let's go to 3D and then just pull this one down. Maybe it's -400 from the top, and then here from the bottom, let's just pull it up. Base offset probably 700, and then here we could just add the mullion as well, but curtain grids first. And then add one more right here, and then just fix the height. And there we go. And we could just add the same mullion, all grids, 50 by 65. And then you just need to go to part 1 description. It will be on the second link. We will have the sliding door right here, or maybe it's either or side opening. No, not this one. Parametric folding door or sliding door. I am more on the parametric folding door, so I'm gonna download that. And then once you download, you just need to drag and drop. And then here you could just click, or you could just put it on the proper side. You don't need to make it this big. You can edit this and choose how many panels. So I'm gonna put it 6. You can flip it if you want it there or going out. I'm gonna put it like this. you can increase. So this one is 5,000, make it 6,000 for the width, and then the height, it's up to you as well. Let's edit this one, and the height should be, let's see how it looks. I think 2600 is good enough. So I'm happy with that. As you can see, we have our living room and dining and kitchen right there. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all our mullions and then our curtain walls. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I just saw that we forgot to add mullions on this side and then on this side as well. And then now we just need to delete all these ones. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put it on this side and then hold on shift, select. So I'm gonna make sure just to select only on this side. Remove the shift and then click on that, and then you can just delete. And then right here as well. So all corners, hold on shift and then delete on those. And then here, make it slant a bit so that we don't select anything that we need. And then here is the part that we need to extend it a bit, just to see where this one lies upon, because we need at least a mullion to connect to make it look nice. I think that's good enough right there. That there, and then like this. But I believe the best way is to move this one as well, so that everything is connected. As you can see, even though it's overlapping, I like the corner of the mullion. Here is good. We could do this as well. So I'm gonna undo this part right there, and then instead of this way, I'm going to put it on this so that it's not showing. I think that's good enough there. So mullions are touching there, and then this one is covered there. This exterior wall is showing up, so let me fix that again. I think this one is the culprit, so we just need to move it a little bit. Yes, so we have no choice but to add, or we have to overlap that, but that's good enough. I'm happy on the way it looks now. We need to add the door right here. So we need to go to Insert, Load Family, go to Doors, and then here we have Curtain Wall Single Glass. Click on Open, click on Tab, select that, and then click on that door. And then right here as well, click on the tab, go to drop down, and then select that. Can't make door single, not sure what the issue is. Delete type, replace panel. So in terms of here, we cannot add it. In order to check the orientation of that, not sure what's the reason it's not going here, but here we need to change the orientation. So I'm gonna flip it by going to second floor. Let me review this later on why it's not showing like that. Go to east elevation or west elevation. I'm gonna do it on this way. It's still not going, so maybe something to do with the way the mullions are added. I'm gonna delete the mullions and see if that works, and maybe I could reapply. Okay, so now click on tab until you select that panel, and then there we go. I think that's because of the mullions, multiple mullions. So I'm just gonna add a single one, not there, single segment or grid. This one is showing some errors. So it's really not possible when you have. So I'm just going to change it like this. So we have the door, and then try to add the mullion again. Let's see if that works. So it's when you're adding it, it's not letting you add it. Yeah, so that's the issue we have. I'm just gonna leave it like this because we still have a nice one like this. So I'm gonna leave it like that and then just check the orientation. So we're gonna flip it on this side. So I'm happy, still happy with this. Now what we're gonna do is we're going to add the model here. So model in place this part. Let's go to our south elevation, and then we're gonna start from here. I'm gonna click on model in place, generic model, press OK, and then extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this wall right here, and we are going to choose a materials, a gypsum wall board, but duplicate on that. So we have another one. I like to start with the white first and then work my way. And then here, and then we need 400 on all. This one should be 400, which is it already is. Trim and extend on the corners. Delete this one right here, and then trim and extend here. And then here, in terms of extrusion, maybe let's do 500 for now. And pull it. $1,200, or we can even go 1,500. Click on apply. Yeah, let's go with 1,500, and then after that, let's go to west elevation and add the same thing. Extrusion, pick a plane, select this wall, and then here we just need to go over that. Delete, and then delete anything that is over. And then click on finish. This one, we just need to maximize that. Here, we did this one as 1,500, so we need to do 1,500 as well. As you can see, that looks good. What probably I'm gonna do is, because this is the front, yeah, the seam is not gonna be shown, it's gonna blend in. We just need a curtain wall right here, so go to level 2, and then we could just add curtain wall. So go to wall and then add that one right there. There we go. And then we just need to pull it back to the edge like that. And then go to 3D and then pull it down. Enough height to go around like that. So that looks good. As you can see, we have this all around like that. And then we still going to add the trim here to make it look nice, and a trim here as well, just to extrude that more. And we have this wall right here that is all over. Still looking if I should add a window right here, because it's possible to add a window there, because the way this one look, we can still add something. Also, I want to go back to 3D and to add something right here. I want to add an indentation so that we could put in. So I'm going to probably finish this first and then add a sweep sweep void, and then sketch, pick path. I'm gonna pick this path right here, and then TR, trim and extend, and then select that, and then we're going to edit profile, and then we're going to add an indentation right there. I need to know the distance, so probably, yeah, I'll do 40, and then this is 100, and I just need to know maybe 100 from here, so I'm gonna move it. So 100 from here, okay, so 100, and then so let's do this again. And then we could do this one now. I'll do 50 by 100. Let's select this one instead. And then click on finish, and then finish. And then cut geometry, and then a simple design like that looks really amazing. So now the only thing we need to do is do it on this side now. So select this, so click on finish this first, select edit, and then create a void form as well. So void sweep, pick path, select this path or this path instead, pick path on those, and over right here, select finish, go back right here and click edit profile and do the same thing first. So 100, and then here go back, this is 100. So you click the ones that you want to move. So this one should be 50, and then click here because I wanted to move it on this side. So 100, and then delete this, click finish, and then click finish, cut geometry, and then click finish again. So now we have something like that. A very subtle but really nice addition. It's not something that is overpowering, but after this, what we need to do is edit in place again, and then we need to just click on paint. I want the luminaire. So because of that, we need to create a sweep, and then here pick path. We need to choose the path that we have right here. Fortunately, it takes a while to do this, but once we've done, you can see the difference. Select the ones like this. We're gonna go around. It will be a loop now. And you want to make sure everything is good. After that, let's add in a profile. We can add it on this side now, knowing that this is 50, so that's good. And then we could just put this one as 10. And then the materials, this one is the important one, luminaire. This one, luminance. So glass, apply, OK, and then click on finish. And then click on finish again, and as you can see, we have it right there. It's just not visible, but if we put it in realistic, you'll be able to see it. Just give it some time. There we go, the gray part. We can stop it now and just change this to consistent color, so we don't spend more time on that. We all know that it's there already, and we're going to do this one as well. Same idea, what we're gonna do. Also, the flooring right here, let's change this to gypsum. But a duplicate. Apply OK, and then OK. So even though this is clad white, I believe, we can do clad white as well. Edit. And then duplicate this. I just want the consistency of the color to show so that it looks nice. And then we're gonna do the same thing on this side. So this is the floor that we have. I'm probably here for the first one. TR, trim and extend on this one. I don't want to show that anymore. And then here, edit boundary. I'm just going to align this one. Click finish on that. So that looks flush there. And we just need to add this part right here. What I'm gonna do is click on model in place, generic model, and then go into our south elevation, extrusion, pick a plane, select this one right there. We're gonna use the same one. I would like to make it consistent now. And then just delete this, and then just trim it. And then align this one so that everything is properly aligned. Leave it to 500 now because we're not gonna put any more balcony, and I think that's good enough in terms of the size. And then we're going to go to our, I believe this is east elevation, create again, same thing. We need to add it here, add 400 there, and 400 here. Delete, TR, trim and extend, then trim and extend right here. Select finish, and then here we could just align it here, AL, right there. Before we finish, we could click on void sweep, pick path. We're gonna select on this side now again. Click finish, and then we're gonna do the same profile. 100, and then we could do the 50, 100. Click on finish, and then finish again, and then cut geometry, and then we could also do another sweep, pick path. We're gonna select those paths again. If you make a mistake, just delete those ones. Pick path again, pick 3D. The good thing about this is you just need to pick once and then everything will follow. And everything is connected already. Click finish, edit profile, and then select this one, 50, 10. Click finish, glass already is selected, and then click finish again. And we have the same idea on there. So I'm happy with that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize our model right here in terms of this trim over the curtain wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We just need to finalize this part now. We're gonna do the same, so we're gonna go to north elevation, and we need to finish this one, and then we need to add this part as well. So let's go and click on this one, edit profile, so that we could use the same profile that we have. We could just go to this edit in place, and then we could create this same one. So gypsum wallboard, gonna add this here, align it, and then add this part as well. And I'm just going to create probably maybe a box on this side. Maybe I need to lower this now so that it fits on all. This will be maybe 400. I'll leave the big one at the top. And I'm just going to delete the small ones right here. And you know what? I'm just going to trim and extend here and trim here and then delete this. This will be on this side. I'm going to make this one 1200 and then click finish. Oh, we forgot this part now. And click finish on that. Obviously, we're still going to clean this up. As you can see, we could just add in something right there. Click finish for now, and then we could make or lower this part. So instead of 2600, let's make this one as 2300, so that we don't interfere with that. Let's change this to 24, maybe. That's good enough. There you go. At least that's something that is not bothering. We could edit this as well, and then add another extrusion. Pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here, and we could just go to that corner right there, add this corner, and then this corner. This will be 500. In terms of this way, let's just delete the ones that we don't need, and then trim and extend. And then here we have 400, and then let's set this one to 400 as well, which is already set. AL, align it right here, and then through extrusion we will have that one on that side as well. And then let's go to our east elevation. This one is west elevation. We're going to do the same thing. Create extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to select this. Going to extend it there, 400 here, and 400 here, and then just trim and extend to connect them all together. Then delete the ones that is not needed. And maybe we could extend this a bit and click finish. Go to 3D in order to see, and then we just need to do the same thing. So sweep, void, pick path, and select the path that we did as well on the others. Click finish, go to modify, edit profile, and do this part as well. 100, and then this will be 50 and 100. Delete this, it's just for guidance. Click finish, and then cut geometry. So we've done there. Let's add the sweep again. Pick path, select this path right here, click you can click tab if it's not letting you go to the specific ones that you want. It will help you. Click finish, and then select edit profile, then here we need 10, and then click finish and then finish. So that's done right there. I'm thinking now of just adding this, so maybe we could just edit the extrusion and then go to north elevation just to finalize this part as well, so that we don't need to worry about this. And then we could just trim and extend and then just delete the ones like that. The only thing is I need this one to be 400 and then 400. So click finish on that, create, and then we need to sweep void, pick path, and then it's easier to just pick this path right here. And you just want to make sure that everything is connecting. It's a big loop. And then do the profile, same idea, 100 at the top, and then use rectangle to do this part 50 and then this part 100, and then click finish. Oh, I'm sorry, delete this first and then click finish, finish again, and then cut geometry, and then go back here, click on sweep, pick path, and select those paths. Click finish, edit profile, and this will be just 50 by 10, and then click finish, finish, and then finish. So we have that one there. I just need to add the curtain wall, add it in between right here, and then in terms, let me double check this one. I just need to know, so this one's good. This one needs to go down, and then we could just copy the height on this part so that everything is consistent. So we have that, and we have this one as well that is looking good. I'm happy with the way everything is looking now. I just want to change this material, so I'm gonna click on paint. I want, probably it's not brick, but I want to set this one as brick for now, and then maybe this part, maybe the parking stripe for this wall. So I just want to have that differentiated. I'm not sure if I'm gonna put this one as wall, but at least we have that consistent. So this one is different, this one is different as well. We can also change this to, we can add an extrusion. I think it's better if we could just add an extrusion right here just to cover this up. The reason for that is I want this one to be a different material. So generic model, this will be 11. So I'm gonna set this, pick a plane and select it right here, and then just add. Click on finish, and then here we could just put this one as 10, and then I'm going to edit the extrusion, but I need to see this part right here. So this one is good right here, I have no problems with that. I'm gonna click on bottom, and I'm gonna guide myself through this. we could extend this part. Trim this part, trim this, and then here we could just trim this part. There we go. And then here we just need to add a wood material. So let's go to wood and then pull up something that we haven't used yet, a random part. And then if you see, we have something like that. So now if we see this later on, we're gonna change this to a nicer wood material, and then we're gonna place lighting there. So something that we could add there. Here we could put, let's go right here, level 2. I'm probably going to put a window, curtain window right there, maybe 200 each. Copy it, and then there we go. And then I'm just going to cut geometry, modify, cut geometry, there we go. We could move it in the center and then go to 3D to see how it looks. So of course it's not all the way. And then AL, align it at the top. And then here as well. And the only thing that I want to do here is in terms of, I'm gonna put it on the side first. Onto the side right here, I want to click the paint on this one so that it looks nice. In terms of here, we need to pull it up, click on your tab in order for you to be able to select that properly. And I'm just only doing this part right here because this one, it has a trim that is all around. It's not going to be visible. I just want to be consistent with the materials right there. That's why I added that. Click on tab. And then there we go. And then after that, just click on mullion, all grid, add those mullions also. So now it will look like that. I want to add a deck at the back. So I'm going to go to south elevation and add a ground level. CO, maybe 500 for that. And then I'm going to select this one as, change the name, ground. I want to show this one here. So I'm going to make this one actually negative 400, or yeah, negative 400. Create an elbow so that everything is showing. And then go to view, click on plan, floor plan, and then so that we could have this view right here. There we go. So we have the ground. I could start here by adding a full wall. So wall right here, and then we could go select this one, edit, duplicate. This will be full wall. and then we could select something like a tile, maybe textile blue, and then we have a ground, and then our base is ground. This one should be unconnected, and then this will be negative 2000. Okay, so let's do this for now. And then let's flip this. This should be ground, and this will be ground as well, but base offset is negative 2000. And then top around maybe 50. And then let's look at it. So something like that would be good. I'm gonna add in a model in place, generic model, extrusion. This will be going right here and will be the pull base. So tile, I think blue, slate blue is the one that we add. This could be the pull balls. So we could edit that, click on 3D, select that, pull it down, and then let's add another one. So let's go back to ground, extrusion. This will be water. Let's go and find it. So water, let's pull it up, apply, okay, and then add this one right here. Doesn't matter how thick it is, because we're going to set it up later on in Twinmotion once we're setting up the material. Okay, so now we have something that looks like this. We still have a ground. We could add in our deck. Let's go add a floor instead. Edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 3. Edit 200 thickness, that's fine, but we're going to use a wood, so this will be Glulam 36H. We need to remember that. And then here, let's just add the deck first. I'm gonna add the deck like that. We could actually have this one right here, but deck with the pool. I'm gonna move the pool a little bit, click finish, and then here let's select this and move this one like that. So that everything is nice. In terms of size, I could give it to you right now. This will be around 3500. And then just move this one a bit there. And then as you can see, we just need to move this part like that. Edit in place. It's not showing right here. I just need a better view. So view range, and then this one unlimited, so that we could see the depth. This one is the water, and the other one is the pool base, because it's over right here. So now it will look like that. Of course, the deck is like this. We're going to create the steps, so steps there, and then it's going to fit everything nicely here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize the trim outside, and as you can see, everything looks consistent and looks nice. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Last thing that we did is we added our backyard, and we're gonna work on this again. What I'm planning to do is to connect this instead of ground. Maybe I could put it to level 1. Sorry, actually put it to ground, and then we could add all of our probably stairs, so that this one will be connected right here. What we can also do, instead of here, we could add the stairs here, around here. So we could actually put it on level 1 and just add the stairs around here. What I'm planning to do is to just copy the same material. So here we could go add a ground. We could edit this as well, CS here. What we can do is we could go around right here, something like that, and then we're gonna edit the ones right here. So we have our stairs and we have our gap right here. Let's make this one accurate to the side right there. I think that's good enough. And then let's edit this one so that everything is aligned properly, and maybe we could just do it much better, distancing and offset. So here we have 432, 474 and 475. So I think that's good enough. So now it looks like this. It goes down. Here what I'm planning to do is, because we have, it needs to go down further, I'm gonna select all the exterior and then change it to base constraint to ground, so that it goes all the way down. We need to edit the boundary so that it goes from the inside, so that it's not showing. So that it looks much better. We might edit those ones later on, because we're gonna put this one in a hill, so we're going to, we might change that. So here I have all of this already. As you can see, we have the ground level, and then everything is connected properly like this. This one, although we have this on level 1, we have a gap here, that we could utilize another stairs. So if we check this again, so we could edit the boundary, make this one 800. The reason I'm doing this because we have a gap there that we need to add another layer. So at least it's a proper distancing. CS, we're going to put it like that, in between that. So we put 400. Move this one there. And then here as well. And then let's just put this one 200 above face offset. And let's see how it looks. That looks good. And all the steps are properly given, and then we could add our flooring right here. I'm not sure, but I'm not planning on adding a gate or a boundary wall. And then here we could just move this one all the way out. I'm going to add another floor, edit, and then duplicate. This will be floor number 4, and change this one to one of those concrete material that we have, 200 as well. And then now we could just go around here. Of course, we're going to add some grass, and I'm going to extend this one on this side. So we're going to see something. I'm gonna set this parameter right here, 1500. Delete this, TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. So now we have something that looks like this. I'm gonna connect this one to a topo surface that is inclined, and we still have something that looks like this. And then obviously we have another floor here. I'm thinking of adding a floor that is going down here. So now, as you can see, this one looks nice, and we put the ground to 0, and then that's how it looks. I'm going to put another floor here. So floor, edit, duplicate, floor number 5, change the material, concrete, we could use this one for now. It just needs to be a concrete material. And then here we could have something that looks like this. And I think this one needs to be all the way out, like so. And then maybe we could extend this one. Yeah, let's just extend this one so that that's our boundary. And we could just put this one at 6,500 all the way, or let's do 12,000 all the way down. So this one needs to be 0 again, and then we could edit. So you go to ground again, you could edit or modify the sub element. Here we could change the elevation to negative maybe for now, negative 800. Negative 800. And then that's will be looking like that. So just like I said here, we could manually extend some of this like so, and then we're gonna connect some stairs here. I'm planning to do a stairs like this, so connected right here going down, and then this will be something that is down to up like that, so it's still going that way, and then here probably going down or flat going up. So we're gonna connect that topo surface later on, and then like I said, we might extend some of this. So here we already extended, and then we're gonna add a stairs manually by using like a model in place, so that we can manipulate it a lot better. And now I'm just checking here. So okay, so that's good right there. It's not showing. This one doesn't have a trim, but that's fine. Something to do with the error. It's not letting us do it, but that's fine. So our trim is still good. I'm not gonna extend it all the way right here because that's good enough on this side, and we could just look at it like this. And then here we could delete this part right here, maybe up to here. I could edit the path and then just delete this. So we only have something right here on this side, but that's something that we don't need to worry about anymore. That's looking good. What we can do also is remove the riser. So here, edit, I believe it's right here under on this no riser, so uncheck that, and then it will have this open. That is looking really good, and as you can see, it looks really nice on there. So something to do with that. We might not use this wall right here because that wall is, maybe we could just put this wall down a bit like this, and then we have something that looks like that. So it's a lot better looking. So this is something that you could do later on. Usually we don't focus on the interior part that much, but we could start right here so that you could do your walkthrough. So at least we have something that is easily ready already. So that's good right there. Still thinking of the incline that we created here, negative 800. I think that's good enough. We might do a more substantial decline right here. So we might do that once we're adding all those topo surface that we're gonna add in the next video. So now what I want to do is just add something like this for now. I'm planning on changing the material for this. So what we need to do is just not to click it, but you need to click on tab just to select the panel, because it's we need to do that in order for this type to change. So here we have glaze. We need to duplicate this to glaze 2 and then change the material. So here I'm going to choose glass clear gray, and then now if we do the same thing right here, so now let's do the same thing right here, but instead let's just choose glaze 2, and then that will change that one instantly. We don't need to worry about that. So here if you just select it, as you can see, you don't have that options, so you just need to click on tab first, and then you will be able to select that glaze by itself, and then just choose the proper type, and that's looking good. If we just do realistic, I just want to see how everything looks. So as you can see, we have something that looks like that, and then here let's extend this one. So I'm gonna go to ground. Let's edit the boundary and then go to ground, and I'm just gonna extend this on this side so that it's easier for us to connect it. So here, TR, trim and extend, and then delete this, TR again for this part, or just delete this. So now we have something that looks like that, and then we could just connect everything else. So even though we have that one there, it will be all connected. We have this one right here also on level 1. We could delete this wall now, so I'm just going to put that one, or delete this door, TR, trim and extend. Like I said earlier, you can exchange this because we cancel out the exterior door right here. So you can exchange this so that you can still have the access to the closet right here. And you can even extend this one so that the pantry area is bigger. You can do that definitely. So it's about your taste now, or your option if you want to do that. So that's something that I wanted to point out what I did, and then check everything else. This one looks good. Everything is I'm thinking now, what material should we put here? All the walls will be white except for this two, and then this one we could put gray or something different. So something to think about when we're in Twinmotion already. So with that, we have this one on level 1. Let's go to level 1 again, and then we could start adding the stairs going right here. And with that, we need model in place, and then generic model, and then here we're going to create an extrusion, and we need 200 extrusion, maybe negative 200 because it's going down. In terms of materials, of course we need to add a concrete, something concrete, because we could just edit that later on. And then here we could set up. So here, let's go and keep on checking it. So that's good right there. 200 thickness, and then negative 400 again to go down. And then we are just gonna keep on doing that until we reach something right here, and then those gaps here we're going to form we're gonna form it at topo surface. So let's go and add it again. So here it's not visible. You just need to go to your view range and then change this to unlimited so that you see everything. let's edit this and then create another extrusion. This will be -400. Apply, and then here we could create something like this again, but extend it a little bit. I want to see the distance, so maybe 350, and then here 350 as well. And I want to see it on 3D again. Here we're going to change it for sure. Extrusion start -200. So it's lower here. I'm planning to add a strip here as well, of a void strip similar to this one, so that we could put in some light there so that it will illuminate. So something that we could do as well. So go back to level 1 and then create another extrusion. This time it's starting -400 and going to -600. Make sure it's 350. Oops. And then here as well, 350. And then little by little, we're gonna touch this, and then we could see a much better look. Let's select this again, go to level 2, create another extrusion, change this one to 8 and then this one to 6, and we're just going to keep on doing that. And as you can see, we're doing a nice progress. I may add something right here, like a strip of grass that we could add, so that we could still use this part right here. So I'm gonna probably add a grass part right here that is inclined. So that's later on, because I don't want it to be looking like this is going all the way to the parking or the carport area. So I think one or two more, and then we're good. I'll probably do 2 more so that we could do everything already. Let's just add this one and be consistent with the spacing or the offset, and then create another one. Just keep on increasing increments of 200. So even though this one is not showing anymore, that part, that's fine. That's how we're gonna blend it. So now if we check this one, it's already up to here, but we added this just for showing it. where we're going to add grass part right here. And then here it's just having that's good enough. So click on finish. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the stairs right here and also the backyard. And as you can see, it's much better. We added the deck and then the flooring here and the inclined driveway right here as well. Now what I want to focus on is to add the topo surface that I want to do, because I want it to be inclined. I want it to be having not just a flat surface, but I want it to be having elevated surface right here. So what we need to do first is to go to site elevation or site, and then so now we need to go to massing and site and then click on topo surface, and here we could set the materials first if we want to, but let's place the points first. So now because we're inside, the ground is basically at, I believe, so let's start with 0 first, and then here I'm gonna just remove that first. Let's place it right here. And then from there we could set the height afterwards. So here I'm just going to see where this one is. So as you can see, it's going up like that. We need to lower it up. Just the site is referring to level 1. So what we can do, so let's go to south elevation to see it much better. So we need at least -200 first. So we could edit the surface, or we could just start all over. I think let's just start all over. So -200 is our starting. Let's go here, -200, and place the points right here. We might probably add something right here as well. I just need to view this one because our ground now is -2. So my plan is to just add 200 right here, -200, and then -500 afterwards to go around here. So I'm just reviewing my elevation. So let's do it again. -200 right here. And then -500. And then from there, Let's put 600 so that it's not that heavy. Place the points right there. Then negative 800. And then negative 1000. Negative 1100. $200. So we just keep on going down until maybe right here on this area. And then here negative 500, 1500, sorry, a significant down. Click finish and let's see it into our 3D. We could edit some parts right here. That is showing, so something to look at. But in terms of elevation, I like the downhill from here. So just to show how everything falls down. So we just need to lower some stuff, and then we're going to add something right here at the back. I want it to be inclined down, a very high tip. And then here let's put in grass, pull it up, apply, okay. So having that one there, and then I'm going to edit the surface. Let's go to site, and then here we need to change this to maybe negative 300 or 400, and then somewhere right here as well, but I want to see that first. I think this is good enough right here, that everything is. If we edit this, can we see something that we could manipulate? Maybe this one, maybe just 700. There we go. This one, let's put 6. $700 for this one. And then this should be similar to this part, 1500. So I'm gonna set this one to 1500 so that it goes down, and then we could attach our stuff right there. Here I'm just going to add that part, and the blending is really nice. I like the blend. Here we could put 7. This one we could put at 400. Six. Two here. I just want a big dip there. We could put this one at 200. And here to 300. So I'm just editing the way this one. Here we could put 3 and 3 here as well. Lower this a bit. You could just increase this to 4. And just simply by adding those, as you can see the slope that we created, and it looks nice. Let's add in another slope right here. I want it to be going up like this, and then the back will be going up as well. So we just need to connect them all together. And then for the street, of course, we're going to fill this out. We could edit this later on to have more of those slope. That's something that we could do later on. Go back to site, and then we could start in by adding the ones right here. So let's click on topo surface again, and then we start at -200. Start -200 right here. Even though it's overlapping, that's fine. And then we could put 0, or just what we can do is maybe 0, because it's going up. And then 100. Then 200. And then a big jump to 400. And then here we can do 600. And then let's do 1,000. And then here 1,200. And then 1,500. And then this one 1,800. It's just the background that we're gonna add trees later on. So I'm just trying to make it as inclined as possible. And then here, let's do 2000. Click finish, go to 3D and see how it looks. The only problem I have is connecting this one right here. And we're gonna put grass as well. And we need to lower this part right here as much as possible, because we want that blend. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this and then put this one to negative, let's put 800 as much as possible, negative 800. And we're starting to see the change. Negative on this. Let's put it more. Negative 1500. And then let's blend it. Negative 500. And then we could put rocks here, so that will look nice. This one 600, 400. So just shaping it up like so. And then at least our view will be something like this right there. This should be negative 500 like that. Just to connect them. And then here, maybe 1800 only, not too high. And then of course we're gonna do the same thing here. I just want to see how we manage to do it. Maybe I'll just connect this part right here to this part. I want to make sure to view this, and then there's nothing. So we have this, and then it's connected. So I'm gonna select this and then edit surface just to add more. I'm gonna do the negative 200 first. So let's do place negative 200. Or this one was, let's double check this. I think negative 500. I believe, yeah, the problem with that is we need to create another one because it's going to connect here and it will interfere with what we have on this. So let's just add another one. Negative 500. Let's start from here. course here we need to edit. We need to lower it up so that you could see. I think this one is negative 1000 already. Yes, and then let's just keep on connecting this 1100, 1200, 1300, 1400. So it keeps on going down. And then of course we're gonna keep on doing this. Maybe here negative 800. So it's still low, it's not that high. Negative 800 here. We just want to wrap it up, and then we go up after that. So let's change this to grass and then add more. Let's go to site again. For some reason it's not showing here, so let's go to grounding. This one is negative 500 now. Then we go add one more right here just to connect, and then we go up now again to 200. In terms right here, actually not 200, but let's put 400 only. The reason is this is already declining and we don't want to have too much of that. Put that boundary right there, add, and then we could do 200 now. We're going, so we could do 0 now because we're going up. So let's add more. So here we're going to set this one to 200 now, going up again. And then let's set this to 500. And then 800. And then here, let's just put this one to 100 because I don't want it to go up too much for this. I just want to look at the image that we created, and then here we could just lower this down similar to this height. So this height is negative 1400, so we're gonna do the same thing. So only on this part, and then we could add negative on that, and then we need to blend this, so negative 400. So a bit of incline there. We could go back here, negative 400, and give it some more of those so that it looks nicer. And then here we need to simply pull it up now. So go back right here. So I'm gonna edit again and then just place in maybe negative or 1000 now. I think we need to pull it up a bit, similar to this height, 2000. So we're going to change this. I'm gonna select this, put it to 2000. I'm just going to copy this, 2000 there, so that I don't need to keep on adding that. And then let's check this part right here. This is too much of an incline there, and then here as well we're going to edit maybe 800 only. Just to connect everything else. And then let's add something right here. Negative 1400 onto this part. Like that. And I'm gonna add in more here. But this time, this is negative 200. I want to just like the decline there. So I'm just adding more right here. This will be maybe 800 there. And then 700. $600 here. Click finish, and at least we were able to give it a nicer descent. I just don't want this one. This is too much, so we could put 1000 there. And then here, maybe just 600 here. So in terms of right here, we could lower this much more. Of course, it's not good to have that big spike there. You want it to be smoother. So at least it's getting smooth now. There we go. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were working on the topo surface. We're still gonna work on this, and as you can see, I want to extend this one now. So we need to edit the surface, and then we need to start going up right now on this part. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to site again, and then here or ground, whatever's showing this site elevation right here. And then now we could start going up. So we need to go right here, place surface. This one is -15, so we could do is -100, 1100, like that. So let's start by adding those now. And then we could do is put in -800, and then -600, and then -400. And then here we could do $600 right here, and then we could put -200 right here until it's 0. And then let's look at it first. And then here we need to edit the surface. We need to set the 1500 there, but here we need to put -1500 as well onto this part. And then we could just maybe lower this. So instead of that, 1800 or -800. And then here, -900. -500. And then only on this part, we need -1500 when we're adding. Want to double check how that one looks. So even though it's like that, we can see now we can flatten this now. And we could just leave it like that. We could increase this part, maybe 1000 here, just to hide that part. It's still nice. And then here we could probably add, this is 200 now, negative 2000, we could add going down. So 1800, let's add this. And then 1600 going down. And then 1500. $1,400, and then here we could put maybe 1,000, and then 800. Then here we could put 600, $200, and then 0, and then double check that. That's looking good. I just need to lower this a little bit more so we could see the background better. We could put this one now at, I'm going to put this one negative 400. Negative 600. Negative 800. Negative 1,000. Negative 1,400. And then let's check this one out. So with that sense, I think we were able to ground this. We can go to our south elevation, and as you can see, we have those grounding now, and everything is properly aligned like that. We could go to ground now, and I want to add the street, so we need to go to architecture and then click on floor, edit, duplicate floor number 6, and then change this to another concrete material. Let's use this one, boom, finished, and then press OK, and let's just add something like this for the street. Click on finish, look at it, and see how this one looks. It is too high there, so we could lower it. I believe this one is below the ground, but with this incline, negative 800. So I'm gonna put this one negative 800. That's fine right there. We could edit this one AL to align it here properly. So that fits right there. We have our road. Here we could maybe increase this more. This is already negative 1400, so we're just going to add negative 1400 right there. And then just cover everything. And then we could just extend this one a bit. So we have our model right here, and then we have something right here as well. So good enough. Let's create another floor. Edit, duplicate. This will be the sidewalk. A different material. Concrete again, that we need to pull up, apply OK, and then here we're going to put it here, so this will be negative 600, and we could just add a sidewalk right here and a sidewalk on this side. Let's do it properly right here. So needs to be 1500 AL, something like that. Use fillet arc to put an arc like that. 1600, and then 1600 here. Pull it back a little bit because we still need to add something there to make it look realistic, and then click finish, and then it's basically on that side now. Make sure this is all the way there, and then obviously we need to extend this boundary right here, and then we need to add a sidewalk right here as well. I'm gonna add this CS on this, and then just add a sidewalk, same thing, 1500. This is 1500, and then this one is, it becomes 2300, so 2000 actually. Needs to be 2000. Align this 2000 there, and then let's do 2000 here as well. Sidewalk is good. Let's just add some details. So model in place, generic model, and then we could do a sweep, and then pick path, and let's do this path first right here. So So for now, on that side first, click finish and then edit, and then we're just going to add those details now. So this will be maybe 50, and then this is 200, make it 210. So 50 and then 210 going up. Click finish and then finish. Make sure to change the material to something different, like a concrete again. Choose a random one and then click finish. So we have that covering right there. We're going to do the same thing on this side. So we could just select this, edit in place, click on sweep, pick path, and then pick all this paths again. Click finish, edit profile, and then use rectangle. This will be 210, and then this is 50. And then click finish and then finish. Make sure this is the same one. Concrete. I think this one is the one that we use, 5567. And then do the same thing on the other side. Pick path, click finish, edit, look for this one, 50, and then 210. Click finish, finish, change the material, type in concrete, and then it will be this one. Click finish and we have something that looks like that. It's not showing too much, but that's something that is much better in terms of look. And we're gonna put in some trees at the back for the background. We need to edit this one now. I'm gonna do the same thing that we did before, is void sweep, pick path, and then we're going to select that, click finish, go back right here, edit profile, and we're gonna do this, so maybe around 50 from the top, and then add something like this, maybe 20 from the bottom. So 50, 20, and then this is 20 by 20. Click finish, finish, and then cut. So we have something there that we're going to add. Maybe we could do paint now because we already added that. So let's do the void form first. So pick path, this one right here, click finish, profile. You can definitely create the profile instantly, but for me, I'm gonna do this instead. There's a faster way of creating profile, and you can just keep on loading them. You don't need to keep on drawing, but for me, I'm just used to this now. I'm just gonna use what I believe that I'm fast enough to do. So here, big path again, click finish, edit profile, 20, and then here 20. Click finish, and then finish again, and then cut geometry. And probably I'm gonna do this one as well, and up to here, I think, so that everything is, even though it's cutting here, it's still illuminating and it looks nice. Sweep. And I'm gonna add some LED lights all around here as well. Maybe I could do some slat wall right here. So let's just finish this. Pick that. Finish. Edit profile. Select this for now. To create the 50 first, and then rectangle. 20, and then delete. Click finish, and then finish, and then cut geometry. Lastly, let's do this one. Sorry, not blend, but just sweep. Big path. Click finish on that. Edit profile. So even though it's not visible too much, you still need to do this because some parts are showing. But it's gonna be nice. Like finish, finish, cut geometry, and then before we click on finish again, I think we could do paint only if we have the material. So let me check. Luminaire. So we have it. So now I can paint it here. We don't need to create a sweep. So don't worry if that's becoming a see-through there. Once the material is set in Twinmotion, it will be the same thing that we have, and then it will have a LED look. So right now it's looking like that, and then you want to make sure everything is there. So now that looks good there. I'm going to add an LED. Maybe I'll make this one a featured wall as well. So let's go to level 1 and then create a model in place, generic model. And then here, what I'm planning to do is just create an extrusion and then create something like this right here. Make this one 0, and then this one the height of the wall, probably 2800. We could edit that later on. Make sure to change this to a wood material. Apply OK, and then we're just going to have this one like that, and then maybe delete this now, and then just copy and then grabbing it from that corner. And then if you want to make it faster, you can copy more, and then so that we could finish fast, because it's a big wall right here. Then you could just delete this part now, and then maybe you could, I think that's good enough size there. And then we could now SL, split element on this side, so that we could trim it a lot better. If you miss one, don't worry, Revit will let you know where it is. So if you miss one, you could just change it back, and you will be able to edit and fix the problem. Just notice there's a lot, but that's fine. Just once we do this, it's gonna give a more, or a distinct, a much better look into our model. Just a simple wall like this. So trim and extend. We could definitely do this for the first 6. We should have done that so that we could just copy, but that's fine. Something we could think of. We can also do a array of this. Almost done. And then we could double check the height. We could also check if you want to add LED all around. And then click finish, go to 3D to see how it looks. I think that's good enough for the height, and then we could just lower it down a little bit more. Click on finish, and by just adding that, as you can see, this one looks really nice. Although this part is boring, that's fine because we have this massive feature right here. We already have all the lights right here. One thing is we could add the number here. So if we go to south elevation, we could attach, go to architecture, model text, pick a plane, and then let's select this plane, click on model, and you could just place it right there for now. And then let's edit this, edit, duplicate. You can put house number. You can change the size if you want, even the text. Now it's too small. You could change this for sure with a bigger one, but let's do this first. So 25, make it 30 for the depth. Material, let's put in a metal material. Apply, and then here let's put in a number, 66, or we could put not 66, 777. a lucky number. And then here after that we could increase this size, so 150. And then I believe we have enough room to have it like that. Place it here on this side. Let's look at it. So that's good enough. There we go. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize our model. What I'm just going to do is just to add. So I'm just gonna go to ground and I'm just gonna copy this CS and then just add another ground, and it will be grass. So I'm just going to add it right here on this side so that we could still put in some trees here so that we have some reflections once we're in Twinmotion. So I'm just adding it right here. For now, we could even put it at negative 400 or even actually negative 800 to lower it down. Actually, maybe 600 is good enough, or just 500, 700. Yes, I think this is perfect. At least we have the grass growing here, so that's good enough for me. And then after that, what we're gonna do today is we're going to basically create the sheet. I'm gonna show you how to create sheets, how to add all the floor plan and all those stuff. So now let's go to ground. Here in ground, we're going to create a camera view, so 3D view like this, and this will be our cover sheet. It will be our cover image, and in here what we could do is we could put it into fine and then realistic, and then here we could lower it down. This is called 3D view number 1. What we can do as well is to go to manage, and we can make this our starting view. So here I'm gonna select that. I'm gonna pick which one I want to be my starting view. So every time we open this project, this is the view that you're gonna see. So I'm gonna choose this one, and then after this, why not, let's go to view and then click on render. We're gonna create our rendering so that will be our cover image. Usually you have different kind of settings like draft, medium, custom, and best. Obviously the custom and the best are the ones that will take longer. So for now, let's just put it into draft and then click on render. And usually it takes around less than 10 seconds to create the rendering, and then we're gonna adjust the exposure and then save the project. So right now it's done. You can click this adjust exposure, and then here you can change the brightness, highlight, shadows, and all those kind of stuff. So it's up to you if you want to adjust it. So every time you adjust, you click apply, and then it will re-render itself. So press OK and then save the project. So once we save the project, it will create another folder here, which will become renderings, and this is the one that we're going to add on our cover sheet. So now that we have that, let's go to sheet and then right click and then click on new sheet, and we already have a geometric here. We have different kinds of title block, so you need to load them. If ever you want, just choose this one and then you can load it. I already have A0 and this is the default, and I'm good with this, so I'm going to click on OK, and then it will create A101. So if you change this, it will recognize the sequencing, so it will have A102 and then vice versa. So now we just need to create 5 sheets for now. If you want, you could add more, but for now I have 5 sheets, and you can change the naming here into the title. So here I could put ACD, and then here we could put house, and then the name of the sheet will be cover sheet, and then it's up to you if you want to put all this stuff, and it will automatically have everything on the other sheet. So you can also change the cover name or the sheet name by clicking twice here, and here this one will be first floor, and then you can put second floor right here. This is a lot faster for me rather than double clicking and then going right here, but either way it will work. So elevation for this one, and then here elevation as well. So now that we have there, let's go back to cover sheet and let's drag in the rendering. So here the difference between a rendering and the 3D view is a lot. Here what I'm gonna do is no title. You can double click this, and the difference is once you expand the image, it will expand the whole image itself. If you put in the 3D view, it will only expand, so it will only expand the view, so it's not making the image bigger. So that's basically the difference. That's why we need to do the rendering first before we add our cover sheet, so that we're ready to just drag and drop. And then here we need a drawing list. So let's go to our schedule, right click, and then new sheet list. Usually I add the sheet number, so add it here, add the parameter, and then sheet name, add the parameter. If for example you want to add drawing designed by, you can also add that, and then if you don't want, just remove the parameter and then press OK, and then it will create the sheet right here. Go back to cover sheet and then just drag and drop, and as you can see, it's not we can still make it nicer. So what I'm gonna do is right click on this, or you could just double click and you could go right here, go filter, and then you could go to appearance. I don't want the gap here, so I'm gonna uncheck this. I want my title to be large, and then header will be a little bit larger, and then just around 4 on this, and then press OK. It will do that, and then we need to drawing list. And then because we already put it, we could extend this one and we could move it and make it nicer. So anything that you do on your sheet, for example, if you delete this, it will automatically delete on the drawing list as well. So usually once you add this, you don't need to worry about anything anymore. It's all automatic. So now let's go to our first floor. If you notice, we need to select level 1 for our first floor. Let's add it first and see how small it is. So we need to change the scale. So I'm gonna undo this, go to level 1 itself, and do 1:50. And then we need to crop all the things that we don't need. So usually I check all of these parameters right here under extend, and then we will have this crop region or crop view. Now it's up to you to crop things that you don't need and things you want to show. But usually we just need to focus on this area right here. So now once we go back to our first floor and drag level 1, as you can see, we have everything that we need. And then here we have the name first floor and we have level 1 here. What you can do is we could just set the first instead of level 1 to first floor, but not removing the naming here. You can do that by selecting this or the view, and then you can go to title on sheet, and then we could put first floor, select right here, and then click apply. And as you can see, we have our first floor change, but we don't change anything right here. So right now I'm going to press escape and then move this one a little bit lower, and then we need to the title line, I want it to be closer right here. So I'm gonna select the viewport and then adjust this one so that it looks nicer. You can also add, so now that this is good, you can uncheck this one so that it's not visible, because that line right there, even it's right here, it's basically like a depth point on AutoCAD, so it's not visible once you print it. But because we want like a border line to make it nice, what we can do is we could create, or we could add in a detail line under annotate, and then we could put in thin line, and then we could just add a border line right here, and then you could adjust, and then you can adjust here as well to make it nicer. Obviously you can have the gap proper, like you have a proper distancing. Usually we have that, or you your company will have those standards that you will have for those distance, but for this one I'm just going to eyeball it, and as you can see, it looks nice and professional like that. So now let's go to second floor, knowing that we need to change the scale, and then we need to crop it. Before we add it, let's do the cropping already. We could adjust this one. Even if you crop that, it will still appear for the grid bubble, so don't worry about that. And then you can adjust a little bit more. What I usually do is I like to grab the border line so that everything is consistent within my levels. so I don't need to redraw them, and then I already have them in the exact position as well, so that I don't need to create it again. And then here you just need to drag, put it in the center, press escape, select the title, and then adjust it right here, and then click the viewport again to adjust, or before we adjust we should change the name again. Second floor, select right here, click apply, and then we have to drag this line right here to adjust. And as you can see, everything looks good. You put all the keynotes and general notes right here, legends or whatever you need to add, all the information as well. So you have enough space. Usually it's up to the standards of your company if you want to put all the notes on the left side or the right side. In my company, we put it on the right side. We put all our views on the left side. So that's the way they wanted to create. So now we have elevation. Let's add one first and see how it goes. So as you can see, it's still small, so we need to adjust the scaling as well. So instead of 1:100, let's put it to 1:50. Adjust all the crop views similar to this one, and it's up to you if you want to add those. What I usually do is I put it in fine, I put graphic display option, and then put in a background of gradient. I like the shading there, and then you can click on shadow on so that you have those shadows right there. So now let's do the north as well. So let's just keep on doing all of those before we add our sheet. So we adjust the scale, adjust the view range or the viewport, and then crop region, change this one, the detail, and then graphic display. Let's add in the gradient background, and then turn on the shadow. And just by simply like that, as you can see, it looks much better. Add this, fine, graphic display, gradient, and then select all of this, crop this one, and then we're good with that. And then lastly, we need to do this right here, change the scale first, fine, graphic display, background right there, and then the crop and annotation crop. And then let's not forget the shadow. So let's double check everything, make sure we have the shadows there, and then here. And then now just go to the first elevation, drag in elevation east and then north. I usually like to align them, and then go to south, or go to elevation, and then go to south and drag and drop that, and do the same thing for the west. And there you go. We can add another one. Let's create a new sheet, and then we could put this one as section, and then what we can do is go to our level 1. As you can see, we have our section right here. We could extend that if you want to, and then add another one, CS, cropping right here. Usually we put it on this side with the stairs. And then same thing, we will have a section right here. So it's up to you to extend, put it into the scale, click fine. You can put shadow only, and then annotation crop and those kind of stuff. And then let's do this as well, the last section. And then here we just need to turn on, increase this, expand this so everything is showing, and then select this one as well, and then go to section, and then just drag and drop both of those, and you have your section already there. So now we just need to print everything. So click on print, select your printer, select here, and then put it back to combine, because this one is for just separate files. So most of the time we want it to be stitched together, not separately. And then here uncheck views and then check all. You can save this, so save as for full set. And this is very important, because usually when you have a lot of drawings, you could create an addendum, ECN, all those changes, and you want to set those sheets so that you could just keep on printing, do your changes and keep on printing. You don't need to keep on selecting a lot of those sheets. So usually a big project will have like 100 sheets, 100 drawings, and you want it to be organized like this. If you need a full set, just save as a full set, or if you want just cover and then elevations, you can save as and then put it as a elevation and cover sheet, those kind of stuff. So you can pretty much preset everything that you want. So press OK and then press OK, and let's wait for it to print, and then let's see the result. So now I'm gonna double click on that and let's see how it looks. So this will be our cover sheet, and then we added a section so it appears right here. Like I said, it's already automatic. You don't need to keep on adding those. So here we have our second floor, our first floor, east elevation, north elevation, south and west, and then we also have our sections. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the sheets. Now we're gonna continue working on this. And what we're gonna do now is to go to Twinmotion. So before we do that, we wanna make sure that you're in Find, and then click on Save and go to Datasmith. I'm just going to click on Twinmotion so that we could open it, but here we need to export to Datasmith, and let's go to the proper folder. So I'm gonna save it to my folder right here. I'm just gonna leave it as house 3D view 3D, and then save. And then once you export that, I'm just going to go to Twinmotion just to open it. Sorry, not export, but see in Twinmotion. So it's just going to open the latest Twinmotion, and then we're gonna import the one that we exported through the datasmith. So let's wait for it to synchronize. And I'm using the latest Twinmotion 2023 2.1 education version. So now we have it open. I'm just gonna click on X, and then for the starting base we could delete this, and then let's go to import, and then click on the plus and then the rect link, and we could actually just open it under geometry and then go to the file location. So I'm gonna use this one. This is the one that we save. Click on open and then click on import. So don't do anything anymore right here. Just keep the hierarchy and have all those stuff. It will start importing, and as you can see, we have our imported model right here. Click on the starting ground so that we could pull it down to the point that everything is pulled down like that. I want to do is to save the file first, save as, and save it to the location that you want to. And then here I'm just going to save it here. I'm just deleting this first, delete this, and then just save this one right here. And then after you save, go to file again and sign in to Epic Games. So once you sign in, we will have all the application, or we will be able to use Sketchfab, Adobe Substance 3D, and Megascans. So it's very important for you to sign in so that we have all those options. And this is a nice way of viewing this. Let's do materials first, which is the glass. We're gonna click on glass clear right here, and then under here we need to increase the opacity. I usually put it up to 80 to 90, so 85. And then we change the color right here, so something like this. Press OK. So I'm happy with that. I'm going to change this one as well. This is the railing, but the glass railing that we changed the material as well. And we can do is make it lighter than the glass right here, and then opacity around 70, so that's fine. And then what I usually do as well is the mullion. So I'm gonna use my picker, material picker, and then this is aluminum, and what you need to do is to increase the metalness, so 85 on that. And then the color, I want it black, so I'm gonna use that. And then usually what I do is I'm going to set the same materials like this one as well. And then here, the material that I want here is, let's put in concrete, and then the stacked stone. Change the scale right here. So I usually just look at the view right here and see how this one reacts. So around 5.7 is good. And then after that, let's change this one as well. I'm gonna change this and then put in the scale around 5.6 or 5. I just don't like this one because you can see the scale difference on this part. So instead of this one, maybe a different scale. So I'm just not going to use something like this because of that. Maybe a different material. So I can do is go to plastic, yeah, this one is good enough. I'm going to scale it and then make sure the color is changed. I think that's good enough. Reduce this luminosity. And then here I want a wood material, and I want this one a veneer one. And then rotate it 90 so that the grain is changed. And then here we have to scale it so that we could still see the grain. So I want the grain to be different. And then obviously we need to change this one as well. So scale it something that is without any plank. This one will be good as well. So with that, we did forget to add the light. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go back to Revit just to add some lights. So we're gonna do that later. The color, let's make it darker for this so that it looks nice. And then I want the same dark one right here as well. Go back right here and let's put in the water material. put in the blue pool material. You can make it darker right here, change the depth, and then the waves. Here, let's change the wood material so that we can see the planking, and then increase the scale. There we go. So that looks good there. And then we could put in some tiles right here. I'm gonna add the tile right here and increase the scale so that it's visible. So that looks good right there. And then some concrete. Let me see the concrete right here. I'm going to add the concrete for this wall, increase the scaling, so something like that. And then I'm going to set this to something gray, maybe a concrete as well. This one is fine, and then concrete. So that's good for that. And let's not forget to add the materials there, but let's do that later on because we need to add the materials first here. So for example, the concrete for the ground, we need to set that, and then the concrete for this one as well. I'm gonna set this one as its concrete, and then here for the others, and then for the road I'll do cobblestone. And then here we could do some grass. Or something different. Pavement tiles. We could put pavement tiles here. So I'm gonna add in pavement tiles here. And then increase the scale as well. So at least we have something right here as well, connected to our pool area. And then before I forget, let's add a concrete here as well. So I'm gonna go back to the ground, man-made, and then I'm just gonna choose asphalt ground and then scale it up, and we have that one there as well. I'm gonna save this, and then I'm gonna go back to Revit because we need to add some lighting. So go to the part 1 description. In part 1 description, I have there the location. So in part 1 description, there will be the second link there. You need to add in the pot light. It's up to you if you want the square base or the circle base. I'm gonna use the square base for now. And once you download it, just go to the downloads and then just drag and drop. And here you can just place it on any face, and as you can see, it will stick onto the face that I place it to. And even in a window or anything else, because it's a face-based lighting. So I'm gonna add it right here for now, and then once I add it there, I'm gonna keep on adding it onto other location. For now, let's add it right here as well, and then also onto this lower end right here. We have it there, and then I think that's good enough there. Let's go to our level 1 ceiling plan, and as you can see, this is where the location is. I'm gonna put it right here, CO, and then copy it every 1000. I use 1000 so that it's easier to remember. Here we just need to add another one right here, because it's basically a different face there. I'm just going to align it and then check the distancing. I want it to be at least 1000, so there. So now I'm just gonna keep on copying this. And then copy it multiple times, so make sure to check multiple. I think that's good enough for there. And then here we need to do the same thing, just copy it multiple. Just press 1000 until you go to the end. There we go. And then we need to add it on here as well. I'm gonna copy it. Usually I put it all the way at the end. And then through 1000 I could just copy it and then put it every 2000 here, because I don't want to exaggerate too much of those. Then here we could just add it quickly. And then move this one right here, and then copy. And then go to level 2 ceiling plan, and then here we cannot see it, but we can change the view range to 3000 more. Above unlimited. And then we could just copy that. could actually delete this and then put this one near the midpoint right here. And then here we just need to add this one right here. Copy again every 1000. Select all of this and then move this one right here. And I believe we need to add this one again. We need to add it here and then on the other side. And then just go back, align it. There we go. And then check the distancing. I put 1000 and then just delete this now. There we go. Align it again here and then check the distancing, 1000, and then copy it. There we go. And if you look at it, everything looks good. I'm happy with the way that looks there. So we could just pull it up again, save it, and then we need to export it or resynchronize it. Save it again and then go back to Twinmotion and then here refresh it. It's still not showing, so what I'm gonna do again is export it, save it, and then go back and refresh it, and then there you go. What we need to do is we need to add the neon light and then we need to glow it. And then select this and then let's make this one dark and then neon on that. And as you can see, everything looks good. I probably want to make this one darker, so just go to wood material and then just make it darker and then scale it. I think that's good enough. And then this one looking good. We want to double check if this one changes well, because they have the same different material. So let's put in some glow there. So let's stop here for now, continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the materials. We also added some lights that we forgot to add from Revit. Now we're gonna put in the light for that. Even though we put lights and it's a neon that is reflecting, we still need to put in some lights because once we have it in rendering mode, it needs to be showing like that. So in terms of intensity, just put it in 5. The reason for that is 300 is too much. So here I just need to add every 1, and then we need to put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more of this. And then once we have it here, we just need to select that, hold on shift, and then add maybe 5 more or 6 more on this side. Then I think we have an extra one that we could just delete from here. And then let's add this part as well. We do the same thing, move it to the location. You can make the speed slower if you want to, so you can put it in 3 and then hold on shift again and add in maybe 5 more. Don't worry if you made too much, you can just delete it. As you can see, it's easy to delete. And then hold this one, copy it every 1000 or 1 meter, and then copy 6 more. So 2 more is extra. So let's add in some spotlight right here as well. Let's start from this side because we need to add the others later on. You want to make sure you change the intensity again. So here I just want to double check, change this to 5 because that will be too much. Good thing everything is connected because we are copying it. Hold on, add that. So we're copying as an instance, so everything we change it for all. So that's the way that is unless you put it at copy. So because it's an instance, it follows along. Then add 1 more right here. The time that we needed 1 more, we lack 1, so that happens. So here you could just copy this one and then hopefully put it in the proper location. There we go. And we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of this every 1000 or 1 meter. And the easy part is you can copy this one as well. Control, hold on control and select that, and then we could just add every 2 meters and then 2 more. So now we've done with that. It's up to you if you're gonna do the other ones. Maybe this one we need to do it just so that because this is visible, make sure this is 3 or 5 only, and then the others as well needs to be 5 for the intensity. So all of this, all the spotlight, let's make it 5. And then just copy 2 more right here. So I'm happy with that. We have everything added. That will look really nice. In terms of, I'm probably going to change this material right here for the ground. I want it darker. Or in a different pattern. Maybe this one. So it's in a different pattern and the incline is more visible. Let's add in the car. So I'm gonna add a car right here. And then we could rotate it. And then probably a pickup truck. Sure why this is. I need to drop it again. So I'm just trying to do the gravity, but unfortunately it's not working. So I'm going to do this. Not sure what's making it turn like that. And let me just fix this. So I'm just gonna do it manually. Something like that. There we go. That's for 1. Gonna change the color there, and then probably a pickup truck. I think that's good enough for there. You could just take your time doing this. Just to make sure that everything is nicely done. I'm happy with that result. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on ambience. I'm gonna go to camera, make sure camera effect, and then check this one, very important, parallelism. Here we need to change this to blue tint, but this is for me. I like the way this one bounced, so it's up to you. Here, enable backdrop HDRI. You can lower this one down, not this one, but maybe the ambient. So we need to lower the environment right here. Go to detail, and then you can rotate, and then height offset. We need to do that, and then I'll probably rotate this more. I'm gonna rotate it on this side. So that it's showing properly there. In terms of camera sharpness, that's up to you there to decide. Usually I just kind of increase the vignetting. Vignetting is the one on the side. That's something that you should do too much. And then here I want a wet area right here. And then of course we're going to add in some grass and then some trees, and then the trees will be at the background and they will look nice. So let's do that by using populate. Let's go back here, vegetation. In terms of the trees, I want to put in big trees first at the back. I'm gonna use something, maybe this one. We can basically just add it by using scatter, but I kind of like to manually do it at the moment so that I have more power on how much. As you can see, it's nicer to manipulate it. And then in terms of size, it will provide you with different sizes. And then just having one single one. Of course, we don't need that there. And then from the back, we could increase this. I'm going to increase the size so that we could place much more trees here in front. This is for bounce, so that we could see something in the mirror and that will look nice. There we go. And then now let's do populate again, and then go back here, foliage, we could scatter, and then go to grass, long grass, and then we just need to click and then, as you can see, that looks really good the way everything is getting grassed. And you just want to make sure that you're clicking on each of those 3 topo surface that we created, because it's not linked to each other. As much as possible, add those. And then here as well. Press escape, and I'm gonna go and rotate again to see how this one looks. Kind of like the ones that have the shadows. So this one looks really good for me. If we remove the environment, it's still looking good. So at least that one takes shape, and you can adjust exposure if you want to. That looks nice there. Next thing is we just need to create some media, so image. We need to see how this one looks now. So I'm gonna create an image like this. Create an image and check rendering. So select this one, and you wanna do a high. First you can do is low, so that you can see how everything glows. I can see that it's too much for the glow here, so we could lessen the glow on this one. So we could put this one at 200, and then if we see it right here and do a rendering, you can see it's very subtle now, but we can make it much better. We could do just 50 and then look at it again. So at least everything is looking good. And then if we check rendering, we could do real time, then high, and then have effects here that we could change saturation. So you can have this, you can refresh it, you can change the field of view if you want, so or the focal length as well. So you could adjust it right now from here. The most important is the parallelism. It needs to be checked. So this one is already checked because we put it there before we created everything else. Full HD, you can put it up to 4K if you want, or 8K. Doesn't matter, so make it 4K so that it's good enough. And then you could lower it, and then once you do some changes, I'm gonna do a change right here because I want it to be looking like this. And then I'm just gonna refresh it. I'm gonna put it in the middle. If you don't want that, you want it to be faster, just put it like that and then copy or create an image, and then you could just go back and then do this one, refresh, and then this one, refresh. And then if you want another image, create another one. Like this, and create, and just go back here, select that. You can change that to a bigger, more. You can zoom in. This one, let's make it centered more. I'm gonna zoom in more here. And then refresh, keep on refreshing once you have your proper location there. And then just keep on adding. So what you can do is maybe a farther distance. Here I'm just gonna go back to just do this, and then you can do this, and then camera enable or focal length, you can just zoom in. So you have a bigger in-depth focal length there. And then refresh it. Then you can go back here and then just do another one. I think 4 enough. 4 is good enough. Refresh this, and then here everything is good. And then quit media, because we're gonna do is I'm gonna change the ambient exposure, lower it a little bit. And I'm just going to create our video. So video right here. Let's go and do this. Gonna do 7, and then let's add coming here. A key video part. Let's center it. So I'm just going to refresh it, zoom out like that. This will be 6. I want zooming here, or maybe zooming out. Make it 5. And then we have this one, this image right here that we could just go around. Just leave it at 10. Select this. Maybe you could just go in for a second. Go from below to the top. Maybe 6 seconds. And going out now. 6 seconds again. Going out here. Six seconds, and then going out in front. Six seconds as well. And once you do, go back to right here. You can duplicate this and then rename it. Show reel, and then this one, rename it a short, and then you could change their format, custom. This would be 1000, and then this will be 700. So now you have shorts and show reel. And then you could export them. Click on image, select all, and then video, select all. And then just click export, but save it first before you export. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.